Okay, very good morning, guys. Welcome to our next, yet again, GRC Express Series training. This time, this is going to be on Microsoft Power Virtual Agents, right? So this is a one-day free training. Most of you guys are here based on, you've been directed to our website where you did a free registration. All right, so thank you so much, okay, for joining in. We have to get the show started. All right, so hopefully that there'll be more people joining in soon. All right. Okay, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Gerald. All right, and I will be your trainer for the day. All right, I'm the CEO of German Consulting as well as the master trainer. I've been training for 26 years already anyway. Okay, and my forte is more towards the Microsoft Power Platform and all the cloud technologies on Microsoft, namely Office 365 as well as Azure. All right. So now what we are going to talk about for this session. Now I've conducted many GRC Express series training for the past few months, right? So we have got Power BI and we've got DAX. I've done Power Automate RPA, all right, AI Builder, and well, the next one we have today it's Power Virtual Agents. Now I have to apologize because this is actually a long overdue training. It was supposed to be last month, right? But due to some unforeseen circumstances, I've got to postpone this training to today. All right. So, but anyway, glad that you all can make it. Now, this series, this training, right, okay, is being recorded, right? So we'll be recording this training throughout, and of course, based on the production team, let's see. I think we have to give them around 2-3 weeks, okay, to edit the video, and then make it available on YouTube, right? But I would suggest that you all stay tuned, okay, for the entire day and follow through the training live, all right? But the recording will be made available to you soon. All right, so we will make an announcement and it will be made available in maybe 2 to 3 weeks time. Okay. All right. So anyway, let's get the show started. Now, what I would like you guys to do, right? Okay, is in this case, I am going to launch an in-private browser. All right. If you're a Google Chrome fan, you will call it as incognito. All right, so the reason why I'm launching an in-private browser, I'm using Microsoft Edge. If you're using Chrome, you launch incognito. Now, this is due to the fact that I am not using my Gemrain's, my own company's Office 365 account. I don't want to do anything onto it and it will affect my subscription. What I intend to do right now is to create a trial subscription in any of my Office 365 training, Power Platform training. Usually day one, right? I will start by recommending all my attendees to follow through creating a trial subscription and you play with it. So I'll be getting an Office 365 E5 trial. Now E5 is enterprise. Okay, this is the highest edition subscription, right? And you get 30 days trial, so you can play around with it throughout the entire month. Now, what is also useful for this trial, right, is that they give you 25 user licenses for Office 365, all right? And you can then redeem your Power Apps per user plan trial as well, which they will give you 10,000 licenses, again for 30 days, so that you can get to access premium content on Power Apps, because per user plan is the highest plan, right? So this is actually, I think, around $20 per month, right? But you get 30 days trial for that. Okay, so in order for you to access all the premium contents on Power Platform, you need minimum a per user plan for Power Apps. And in case that you are doing Power Automate, you need to also get a per user plan, right? Also on Power Automate. But you can obtain a premium plan for Power Automate for 90 days, right? So only Power Automate, it's slightly special. They give you a 3-month trial for the per user plan. So it is not synchronized with your Power Apps. I don't know why Microsoft do that, but that's actually the difference in terms of the duration. Okay, so but anyway, we're not doing Power Automate here, but I I do believe, depending on the pace, right, you will also see that we will be building a Power Automate flow so that you can see that the chatbot that we're going to build using Power VA here can also fire and trigger a Power Automate flow. So everything is actually integrated. So Power Platform originally started with Power Apps, Power Automate, and Power BI. Then they added this Power Virtual Agents. And today you've got a fifth member called Power Pages. But Power Pages is not actually generally available yet, not until next year, 2023. So we are expecting a 2023 release wave one by January. So as of October, end of this October coming soon, they are ending the 2022 release wave 2, and all the features they have started to roll out since their quarter 1, July until October. So I've also can see right now that in Power Apps, they have made quite some significant new updates. There is in preview right now called Cards, where they make available the adaptive cards to your Power Apps. All right. But anyway, these are just some simple things that you can expect to find and pretty much will appear in your own Power Platform very soon. But since the topic today is focused only on Power Virtual Agents, I'm not going to talk so much on Power Apps, right? But a little bit on Power Automate, the integration at least to Power Virtual Agents. All right. So from here onwards, because the name Power Virtual Agents is just too long, right? Usually I'll just call it PVA, right? Or sometimes I just call it Power VA, right? So this is the service and app on Power Platform that allows you to do low code and no code AI chatbot creation. So every single member in the Power Platform family, each of these app or service, right, is in charge of doing something. So for example, Power Apps is a low code, no code service that allows users to build mobile applications. All right. It's an app development, but low code, no code. And then Power Automate, right? It's a low code, no code platform for you to build automation, process automation, and build flows or workflows. Then Power BI, I think, well, a lot of people will know Power BI. That's actually the low code, no code platform for you to do self-service analytics reporting. Okay, so this time around, Power Virtual Agents is actually a low code, no code platform for you to build AI chatbots. Now, speaking of chatbots, okay, so let me just do a little bit of explanation about what to be expected before we start. So I'm not showing anything on my screen right now. I'm not moving. So don't think that my screen has frozen or what. I'm still in this in private browser, but I'm just going to spend a little bit of time talking to you. So Power Virtual Agents, right, is to allow you to build AI chatbots. So in the first place, I believe many of you guys understand what is a chatbot. Now, in history, right, what is a chatbot, or how does it get started and how does it get evolved? Now, in the old days, okay, I'm sure you know a telephone answering machine. When you call a telephone hotline or something like that, you can see a lady across the other side, okay, will talk to you. Okay, press 1 for English, press 2 for Bahasa Melayu, or something like that, right? And then you have to press the number on your keypad to go into that selection. And then once you go into the main menu, they'll tell you for, maybe let's say managing your booking, press 1. To cancel the booking, press 2, and so on. So that's the evolution. That's how they started from a telephone answering machine, which is on the phone call, now up to the internet on the website. Whenever you travel to any one of the different websites, they want you to have a virtual assistant that allows to do customer service job without having the human to fully, stand by. So they create a bot, okay, to perform something similar to a telephone answering machine. And majority of the time, you can see, I can say more than 80% of the time, a chatbot is to perform a customer service task. All right. It is not really an assistant where they will provide you with solutions and solve the problem for you immediately, but handling simple tasks which they can automate in the background. All right. Maybe like, returning to you all your reservations or booking, or maybe for you to cancel the booking. Now, these are things that they just need to update the data in the database. So a chatbot can be used to do that. But if you like to speak to a real human consultant or a human service agent, then there'll be a menu option. They'll put you on hold before getting the real help desk or the call center people to entertain you and to really live talk to you. All right. So the human will come into the picture when you need something extra, some specialized service or something customized where the bot cannot handle. The bot can route you through different menus, different avenues of simple tasks, but not doing everything for you. We are not yet into the era where the technology evolved in such a pace where it can do everything for you. Maybe it will come very soon, maybe in the next decade or something like that. But looking at how the AI chatbot evolved from day one until today, it is really, really awesome. And to talk about the authoring, the development, okay, it is really, really amazing as well. So gone were the days, okay, when I first talk about, I do train chatbots, okay, development right in the very early days, especially, when Microsoft Azure came out with the cognitive service, the AI portion, where they created something known as the Azure Bot Framework. But the bot framework is a .NET framework, which allows you to, for technical developers, right, professional developers to use Visual Studio. You need to know how to do C# programming, JavaScript, and whatnot, right? And you make use of the bot framework to do ample amount of coding in order for you to create the dialogues, the conversation, and you program the flow of conversations. And you connect each of one conversation to another, and you route them, all right? But the thing is that once they came out with a much more, uh, you know, convenient way of doing development, they try to make it low code, no code, right up in the very early days. I think it has been happening since the past 6 or 7 years, right? Whereby Microsoft came out with a new development tool called the Azure Bot Framework Composer. Okay, that's a very first tool. It's only made for Azure Bot Framework. So because bot started on Azure level, so there's an Azure bot service. Then they introduced a tool called the Bot Framework Composer. And using the Composer, right, is where we first see how we use the drag and drop feature to interconnect one particular step to the next step. It's like following a flow of a typical conversation between the user and the bot. Now, from there, they evolved into today, making available on Power Platform called Power Virtual Agents. But Power Virtual Agents does not require you to download any development tool because the designer or the composer is built into the browser. Okay, so they make everything accessible from the browser. It's just like Power Apps Studio, also you build on the browser. With the exception of Power BI, you use Power BI Desktop to go and build the report. But majority of the development workload can be performed on the browser. So Power Virtual Agent is no different. Everything is done on the browser. So there's nothing for you to install here. All I did request from you all is to download one zip file, which is a Power App solution. This solution, right, when you go and import it into a Power Platform environment, later on you'll find a few items, some few assets that will make use of it. This is just to prepare for our lab exercise environment here. Okay, so that's actually the evolution of the development on chatbots. So today, the chatbots that you'll be building, of course, we don't write coding, but we will write some simple formulas. It's just like how Power Apps evolve into app development writing formula expressions rather than writing long programming language code. Okay, so this experience is consistent across the entire series of your Power Platform family members. All right. Now, what I'm going to get started right now immediately, right, is to redeem an Office 365 E5 plan, okay? Because just in case, I intended to do this last night before, to prepare all these things, but somehow or other, I feel that I want to demonstrate this together so that you all can, have a consistent experience, and maybe you don't know how to do that. All right. So if you are, persistent and say that I don't need to do this, I can use my company Office 365 subscription. I've been given the rights to do all these things, right? Then you can go ahead. Okay. But to have a consistent and smooth flowing exercise in this training, I always suggest and recommend highly to create an Office 365 trial plan. So using the trial, you are the global administrator. You have all the rights to explore everything and to do everything in your Office 365, okay, namely your Power Platform. So to have an uninterruptible experience on doing everything in your Power Platform, I highly suggest that you create an Office 365 trial subscription. So which is what I'm going to do right now. So I'm just going to go to office.com. I use an in-private browser so that it doesn't affect all my logged in, account on my normal browser. Okay. And you can see Microsoft recently did an announcement here. Office is becoming Microsoft 365. All right. So you will see that we no longer call it Office 365 anymore. It's just one centralized name using the company name, Microsoft 365. It's M365 rather than O365. So Office will only be one of the pillar inside the M365 together with D365 Dynamics. So they will just call it Office Dynamics Power Platform. The 365 is now tagged to the name Microsoft. So all your favorite apps, no matter whether it comes from Power Platform or your Office traditional apps or even dynamic solutions, will all be collaboratable in one place, all under one roof called Microsoft 365. All right, along with all the server products, their Windows products, everything is all under M365 already. So this change will come very soon. They're starting to make all the necessary changes. I don't see the changes immediately in my company account yet, but Microsoft has announced that they are slowly rolling out the change across the region and throughout the world. All right. So, but anyway, I'm just going to click on sign up for the free version of Office here. So when I click on sign up for the free version of Office, but sometimes I may not, no, not this one, sorry. I don't want. I would like to pinpoint the actual subscription that I wanted. So usually I go to products here. I click the drop down at the top products. You can see three choices here: for home, for business, for enterprise. Okay. I don't want this one. I don't want this one. I only want this for enterprise. So here I would like to click the pricing for enterprise. All right. So I'm going to click on pricing for enterprise. There you go. Now it's all in US dollar right now. So if you want it to be in Malaysia, now you just need to change your URL. Look at the URL, it is EN-US. So in order to view in Malaysia ringgit, you just put it, replace the US with MY. So EN-MY, enter. And you can see right now it's all displayed in ringgit Malaysia. Okay, so you can see also you're currently viewing our website in Malaysia English. So you're going to stay in Malaysia English or you want to switch back to US. I just say stay in Malaysia English. So you can see these are all in RM. Okay, now the change of Office 365 and rolling up to the entire Microsoft 365 branding, they haven't been imparted here yet. Yet you can see M365 is Microsoft 365, E3, E5, and F3. But Office 365 is still here. I don't want to look at this. I want on the left-hand side here, okay? Take note, okay, there is this link here, okay? Office 365 for Enterprise. I want to get the Office suite of products. So I click Office 365 for Enterprise here. Then you will see it says Microsoft 365 apps. This will be the new name soon. Right now, we can still see O365 E1, E3, E5. You are only allowed to create a trial from E3 to E5 only. E1, there are no trials. Okay, trials are E3. You can see try for free here. E5 also you can see try for free. So both are for free trial. Why I go for E3? I might as well go directly to the highest E5. I click try for free here. You can see the price, right, costs 160 ringgit per user per month, right? And then annual commitment, you multiply by 12. You do the mathematics, okay? You will get the value there. So try for free here. I click. They will open up a new tab and you will enter an email address. Now, I suggest you to enter your personal email. Don't enter your company email. You enter it, right? They say, oh, your company already has Office 365. So go ahead and sign in, right? So you won't be able to redeem this Office 365 E5 trial, see? So you can see that in this E5 trial, you get up to 25 users during the trial. All right, you can see that. The free trial will be automatically converted to a paid annual subscription after 1 month, they say. But in order to avoid charges, you can cancel it by November 13. So today is October 14. So we are given 1 month. So my trial I need to cancel it by 11. That means November the 13th. Okay. Now my laptop's date format, right, is following the American, okay, which is MMDD. I got used to MMDD, so this is November the 13th, right? Even my laptop, you can see it's 10/14, okay? So anyway, what you can start from here, right, is to put in your free email address. So I'm going to put in my outlook.com email address. From here, they will check, okay, that, oh, you need to create a new account, you see? So I'm going to continue with this free email. Then you can see set up an account, right? So I should proceed, set up an account, and I'll put in my first name, my no middle name, my surname, my business phone number. I put in a dummy one. Okay, I'll just put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Okay, usually when they ask for business phone, just put in a dummy 1, 2, 3, 4 until 0. Now, company name, I will put in, let's say, PVA Express. Okay, just to match my, whatever we are doing right now. So a company name can be a fictional company name. Company size, I choose 10 to 24 people to match up to 25 users here. So I just put the company size 10 to 24 people, right? Country or region, Malaysia. And then all these things I wouldn't want to check. I don't like all this information. I don't like emails being spammed to me delivered by Microsoft, right? So they will start doing a lot of marketing stuffs here. I will not like to check this. I'm not going to do that. Okay, so I'm going to click on next. Now this one, you really need to put in your phone number. Okay, this is your cell phone, so that they will deliver a verification code, usually a 6-digit code. All right, so pardon me, but I will just drag this away, and I'm going to key in my phone number. Do it. Okay, so it's +60 is Malaysia, then okay, and then you put in your mobile number, and just click send verification code. Check your phone for the verification code delivered to you in your SMS. Okay, so it's a 6-digit number. So I got it already. Let me just put it back here. So it will be, okay, I'll just click verify. Okay, so once verified, right, you will be brought to the next step here. You can see the next step, right? It's to ask you to create a username, your first username inside the domain. Remember, a new Microsoft 365 account always ends with the domain .onmicrosoft.com. This one you cannot change, but you can put in a domain name. Now I'm going to rewrite this everything to lowercase, PVA Express, and the username, I just put it Gerald. I don't need to be that long. Everything lowercase. So I want the first username will be Gerald at pvaexpress.onmicrosoft.com. I click save and see whether anyone taken this domain or not. So it's available. Okay. So apparently today they say first month is free. Yearly plan paid monthly after trial before tax is 159 ringgit 60 cent. Total today is 0. So you can see, right? Okay, quantity. I just buy one-time trial, right? So we can see this is actually the thing. So we are not allowed to continue if I do not add a payment method. Last time they don't ask me for that. So they are now being really smart. So usually I just leave it like this. At the end of the 30 days, they just expire it and automatically will end the trial without having me to worry about it. But right now, I think I have to be really aware. I got to set an alarm by November 13. When they expire, I must manually cancel it, or else they will start charging me. I got no choice, okay, but to add a payment method here. Okay, so I need to move this over. And you can see that it says here, in order to avoid charges, cancel by November 13th. So I just click add payment method. Last time they don't have this, This is really weird. Microsoft is doing this. So anyway, let me see that here, I've actually filled up everything. So you can see that they say that the estimated taxes would be 9 ringgit and 58 cent, almost 10 ringgit. So monthly, right, after trial ended, annual plan, okay, I'm going to pay 100, almost 170 ringgit per month. All right, so I need to make sure, okay, that I cancel this. There, see, they start on November 14, they will start charging me. So by November 13, I need to, I need to cancel this thing. So I can click on start trial right now. All right, last time they don't have this. They are not so terribly hungry for that. I don't know why, but I think they also have realized, okay, that many people keep on creating different trials every time, right? So based on this, right, I believe we shall not be able to create many more trials soon. All right, so but this should be okay. I'll just click on start trial. Just to use company account because it might affect whatever production stuffs that you have in there. Okay, so you can see that now it works. It says order number has been created. We email a confirmation, and paid subscription starts when this trial ends, unless cancelled by this. So I've just gone to my phone and created a reminder to cancel this by November 13. So I'm gonna click start using Office 365 trial right now, and they are signing me in, and they're bringing me directly to the M365 Admin Center. So there you go. Billing $0, 0 ringgit. If I go to active users here under users, I should be able to see my own self. That's my username. Licenses, it says unlicensed. I thought that they should have added a license to me. Sometimes I need to sign in. Dynamics 365 apps here. If I explore all my apps, the Contoso customer service, right here, usually is an app that is reflected inside this solution under Dynamics 365 here. All right. But like I said, that the Power Virtual Agent itself, right? It doesn't give me and show me the environment. I'm supposed to be able to click Start Free Trial. Then they're going to ask us to create a new bot. But right now, there is no way to create a new bot. Even at home, right? They are only showing me the existing bot. There is no way to create a new bot. And they never give me the place, right, okay, for me to sign up. So I think the entire Power Virtual Agents now is a really bad time to choose to get that today in Power Virtual Agent training. The Power Virtual Agent service itself is having a problem, I believe so. So you see, again, I go to powerva.microsoft.com. It just direct this Power Apps, sorry, powerva.microsoft.com. They immediately reroute me back to web.powerva, which is already the existing bot, and the bot I cannot delete. So it's still the same bot. I intend to create a new bot. So I can, okay, so the environment is PVA Pro here. I've got this bot here. So maybe I can click to create a new bot here. Okay, shall we, can you guys come into here? When you go to powerva.microsoft.com, does it reroute you to web.powerva just like mine? Does it give you Contoso customer service as well? What do you think? Just let me know. Because I don't know whether I'm the only one having this problem or what. But you see, I cannot even delete this bot. So I am not using this default bot. I want to create an entirely new bot. So the only way that I can see, right, is that on the top here, you can see a bots panel. This one shows the default environment that we are in, okay? And the current solution is we can actually view this default solution here. Now, before anything, right here, I would like to also go into my Power Apps because I need to import a solution. I will launch my Power Apps first. Remember the zip file that I asked you guys to download, right? So in Power Apps here, the environment is called my PVA Pro right now. I go to Solutions, okay? And actually, I've imported the PVA Express here, you can see. All right, so that's the solution that you need to import. So typically, you need to come into Solutions, you click Import Solution, right? And then you click Browse for the zip file that I've gotten you guys to download. So on my desktop, I go to my PVA folder. You can see this was the zip file, PVA Express 1001 manage.zip. So you click open, you upload this, you click next. All right, they're going to process this. You see, they say that the version of this solution package is already installed, right? So you just need to click import. All right. Now I cancel because I already imported it. Once you import it, you can see the solution called PVA Express already appearing inside your Power Apps solutions here. Okay, so if you go into the PVA Express solution, what is contained in the solution, right? I built a couple of, I think at least one table. You can see that there is one device order table in your Dataverse. All right. So there are also a couple of flows here. This is actually a create data in device order flow. There's a return item flow, get order info by email flow. So some of this flow, right, is already connected, already created. Okay. So this is where later on I would like you guys get to go and run the flow, right, to create some dummy data into the device order table. You can see the tables. I've got the device order. When I click device orders, this is the table created in your Dataverse. Okay, so you can see that my device order seems to me that I don't have any data yet. I need to run the flow later on to create some test data. Okay, but that is going to be later. Okay, but just import the solution first to your Power Apps. Right, this is the environment, and in your Power Virtual Agent, right, I want you to create a new bot. Click the button New Bot here. Okay. So when we create a new bot right now, what we're going to do, right, okay, let's try to name, okay, your bot here. We just call it my Contoso bot. Okay, even though we use the same name Contoso, so the default Contoso customer service, that was the bot, okay, that they somehow rather fall back. Okay, that is actually a default bot here, but I just call it my Contoso bot. The language I'm going to choose, of course, English, US. You can see select an environment which is actually PVA Pro default in Asia, right? So this the environment that it's still in Asia. So apparently, I think that's the region that is giving a problem. I can still create a different environment. I can create another trial environment and do it in US maybe. Okay, so not to hinder that, right? I can create a different environment, right? So when I create a new environment, they will bring me to the Power Platform Admin Center so that we create a totally new environment so that it won't fail. I will try to avoid the Asia environment right now because our default environment is always in Asia, depending on your subscription. So there are 6 advisories here. The service health. I think if you view the advisory, they'll tell you something is wrong. You know. So admins are not seeing alerts. Admins may not set up here, whatever. Some of these are healthy, but anyway, that's the advisory, service advisory. But I want to create a new environment right now. So I click environments. You can see we've got a default environment here. Okay, the new subscription that you created, depending on what name you give, right? The same name, right, will be used. Usually a company name will be used and in bracket default. And you can see my region is Asia. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to create a new environment. I want to avoid this. So choose a new name for the environment. I'm going to call it PVA test. And the region, I purposely change it to United States. There are 2 right now. One is called preview United States. The one is United States. Now don't go for the preview. Preview means it's for beta. They are still releasing some form of enhancements or features on that, but I don't want that. Okay, I want a more stable environment, which is United States. Okay, so I choose United States. The type, choose trial. Okay, choose trial, and then you must create a database for this environment. All right. So make sure the type is a trial, not a production. You don't need a production, and you cannot have another production. In case, I just going to click on next here. I create a trial environment. I don't use the default environment. That would be the best. Try to create a new environment, and then later on, you import that zip file into the new environment. Okay, so currency, I'll just fall back to US dollar. Okay, because since I'm using US, right, I'm going to use US dollar, USD. Where's my USD? There you go. Deploy sample apps and data. No need sample apps and data, but I've created a new database. All right. So I'm going to click on save here. Okay, so you can see my PVA test is preparing. That's my new environment. It's a trial, 30 days trial. Good enough for me. This one is under the Power Platform Admin Center. So I refresh until it says ready. There you go. The region is United States and it's very fast. PVA test. So returning to my bot here, right? I'm going to choose, I'm going to refresh here, refresh the environment until you can see the drop down. I've got PVA test under United States. So you change your bot creation to that environment. Early on, if you can see only your default environment, I want you to click this create an environment. You'll be brought to the Power Platform Admin Center. Click environments here and create a new environment. Remember to select trial. You can follow me to call the environment name PVA test, right? Trial, and make sure you choose the region, right, to United States, not the one with the preview, but just United States. So Lucas, you can try to do that as well. Create a new environment, a trial, and then later on we import into that trial. I'm not going to use the default. So once this is done, right, I can close that Power Platform Admin Center. And in the same time, right, under Power Apps Solutions here, let me switch my environment to, I think I need to refresh here. My Power Apps, I need to switch my environment to PVA test. But the PVA test, right, okay, I think it's an environment only for Power Virtual Agent. Usually the environment should be shared, you know. Let me just go back to my solution here. Let me go back to the home page of Power Apps. I still don't see PVA test here. Still being kind of slow to load. No, I don't see PVA test. Let me try PVA test. It's not showing. The environment has been created, but there, now only it shows. Okay, so I'm going to switch my Power Apps environment also to PVA test. So this is a new trial environment. And then I click Solutions. You can see this PVA test environment, the solution PVA Express is not in here. So now I also need to import solution. Browse. This is the zip file. I click Next. And I click Next again. And now, before you import, you need to build the two connections required by your PVA, by this solution. Number one would be a connection to the Office 365 users. So I need to click drop down to create a new connection. Just click on Create here. They will automatically select Office 365 users connection, Create. They will sign you in. This is the one. So the connection is created. All right, there you go. Connection is created. Now you return to the previous tab here. You click Refresh first, so that they know that you have already connected with your account here to Office 365 users. Next one is a common data service. This is today Dataverse already. I create a new connection to the old name called Common Data Service. You can see now they redirect you to Microsoft Dataverse. So I also create a connection to your Dataverse. Now, in order for you to have a Dataverse, right, you need to obtain a Power Apps per user plan trial. All right, so now I can return and refresh. I've got these two connected. All right. In order for you to have a Dataverse, you must have a Power Apps per user plan trial. So you need to go to powerapps.microsoft.com to start a free per user plan trial. So if you don't know how to do that, right, let me show you. Go to powerapps.microsoft.com. You can see Start Free button here. Just click Start Free. Go through the process screen again. Step 1, Step 2, fill up whatever. Then you can see Start Free trial. This should give your Power Apps the per user plan trial, the highest premium plan, which allows you access to the Dataverse. Okay. So in my case, I already got Dataverse. So I just click on Import right now. So I'm importing it into my new environment, PVA test environment. No more default. This is a trial environment. So just wait until the solution has been imported. So back to my bot here. So I have confirmed choosing the PVA test environment, which is located in the United States. So now I'm going to click on create. Major assets that a bot is comprised of. Number one is called topics, and number two it's called entities. I'll be explaining to you soon as we dwell into the development of the bot. So you can see my bot is being loaded right now. Okay, finally, I've got my Contoso bot, not the Contoso customer service. Okay, so you can see you can immediately test a bot here, all right? So you can type in a message and usually the bot will greet you, but I'm going to close, or you can even click hide the bot first. So this is the homepage of your My Contoso bot. It gets refreshed again. Let me hide the bot again. Now, clicking the bot at the side here, right, you can see I'm looking at My Contoso bot, and it is actually in the current PVA test solution. All right, so that's the bot here. And the first thing that you need to understand, right, okay, is that we need to do a quick tour here. At the home page, you can see, right, these are the suggested activities that you can start developing your bot. Number one is to deal with the topic. If you don't know what topic to do, right, they can suggest you what topics to build, right? Then usually, right, you can start testing your bot because the topic is the main way on how we create conversations in your bot. Okay, remember, conversations means what? I believe everyone knows what is a conversation. Okay, so a conversation is when you impart something, you convey something, and the opposite party reply you back. That's a conversation. Okay, now the entire conversation, right, can be made up of a series of dialogues. So there is a difference between dialogue and conversation. Now remember, in Power Virtual Agents, right, there is no notion of a dialogue. All right, but you will see the word dialogue, okay, but very rarely. Today they just say conversation. Each topic that you create, it's actually an entire conversation. Starting from the top, maybe you can say, okay, the bot asks you a question, then you expect an answer. Then what's the next question? Expect an answer. So it's all wired up. It's all pre-programmed. Until the end of the topic, right? You just usually say end the conversation. Okay. Now, a dialogue is actually a terminology from the bot framework composer. On Azure Bot Framework, they make use of the word dialogue, but in Power VA, we use the word conversation. So, but what about topics? How does topic relate to a conversation? So each topic sparks a conversation. Remember this sentence. So you can create many different topics. Now, let me talk about if you don't understand what's a topic, how do you build a topic? Okay, I give you an example here. Let's talk about, let's say, the Air Asia, the what they call it, the Ava chatbot, right? Okay, so in a flight related, okay, type of chatbot, it's a customer service bot, right? So what do you think are the features that the bot can handle? First of all, okay, they will ask, usually when you open up the bot, they will ask, how may I help you? And they show you three buttons at the bottom. These are three suggested features that they can help you. Number one, manage my booking. Number two, check my flight. Or number three, something else, maybe cancel my flight, something like that. So if you got three suggested buttons there, right, means you have three topics. These are all essentially a topic. But sometimes, right, one topic can lead to another topic. You can wire up a topic to another one. Okay. So for example, when the user click the button, manage my booking. So they will go into your topic about managing booking. So in the entire topic, right, for managing booking, you have a conversation that will start asking user question, key in your booking number, blah, 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 all these things, right? Okay. But at the end, right, okay, of the conversation before you finish, usually they say that maybe you can help rate this, help give me 5 stars. How do you feel this topic? How do you feel whether the bot has my bot been able to answer your questions or not? Right? Has my bot able to solve your issue? right? But before that, right, sometimes you may say, what else do you need? Maybe in this case, right, can you help me check the weather? So in this case, the topic here, right, of managing booking suddenly can jump and wire up to another topic, maybe to do checking weather forecast. So you have another topic of checking weather forecast. So remember, the word topic is very simple. It's just like a human to human conversation. When you are talking to your friend, okay, you talk based on one topic. Okay, maybe you're chatting about the coming up GE15 election. That's a topic lah, correct or not? But that topic can soon change, okay, when someone maybe suddenly asks, hey, it's time to go for lunch right now. So you see, he intervened, he stopped that topic abruptly and switched to another topic about lunch already. You see? So this is actually the same notion, same concept of how you talk to a human. So when we design a chatbot topic, okay, you need to think about any course of conversation that will be related to within one topic. The moment the bot handles something else, that's a different topic. Okay, checking weather forecast, that's one topic. Booking a restaurant, another topic. Booking a flight, another topic. Canceling a flight is also yet another topic. So you need to create multiple topics. Each of the topic will be the suggest or the supported feature that your bot can handle. All right, what it can do. You understand me? All right. And never create one super big topic that contains everything in there. It is impossible. Okay. Because even conversing with a human being, right, it is subdivided into different topic, like different subject. You talk about different subject. Sometimes say, okay, let's change subject or let's change topic. Why do we call it topic? Because it's a different focus of interest, different focus of task. Correct or not? Okay. So that's what we call a topic. Now, the next one is called entities. You can see entities here. So currently in my Contoso box, let's click topics. Can you see there are many topics? These are all default system provided. You see a topic like greeting is also a topic. Hello, yo, or whatever. Any way of greeting. End of conversation is another topic. Ending it. Confirming success, confirming failure, a goodbye, starting all over, thank you. These are all topics. Why do we have topics like, for example, thank you? I thought thank you is also a greeting. Well, yes, but thank you is usually the ending of a greeting. Greeting is the beginning, you see. So greeting, right, you can see here, trigger phrases. There are 52 trigger phrases. When you click here, look at this. How do you start greeting? So that means the bot can recognize good afternoon, good morning, hello, hello agent, any form. You see hello friend also. Hello, hello greeting. Hello, how are you? Hello madam. Hello my friend. Hello sir. You see that? You see there's some more support. Hey, hey with an exclamation mark. Hey with a smiley. See, hi. Okay, all the way. Hi agent. Hi there. Hi this. So these are called trigger phrases. Every topic must have a trigger phrase. Now, Power Virtual Agent, Microsoft suggests you to have minimum 5. Okay, because the lesser the number of trigger phrases means you may or may not be able to wake up the bot because the user might type something that is not recognized by the bot. So trigger phrases is the more phrases you enter, right? You have to think about all the different vocabularies or different styles that the user will type into the bot, making sure the bot can wake up, can be triggered. Okay, the topic can be triggered, right? And wake up the bot because of the trigger phrase. You're trying to match that. Okay. Now, in real world scenario, right? Okay, this can also be related to NLP, natural language processing, right? Which is actually right related to the language understanding AI model, right? So if you want your particular bot to be able to understand natural language or human language, so this is the part, okay, where you need to um, well, of course, this is slightly out of the topic lah, because we don't cover natural language here. Okay, but on Azure Cognitive Service, there is a language understanding service which you can invoke, and you can actually, if you've built up, okay, a language model, a natural language model, which is a machine learning model that understands every type of human lingo or slang or whatever vocabulary. You see, when we talk about AI here, I always say that machine learning, right? You're training the machine, and this is essentially right similar to like teaching a kid from young. The kid doesn't know any words, but slowly you build up the small child's vocabulary. Okay, So it's just like today, right? Okay, when you show them a phone, they know how a phone looks like because it's a flat smartphone. But you try to give the old rotary dial, that kind of phone, the kid may not recognize it because you never train the kid to recognize that as a phone as well. Okay. So in order for you to make a person more versatile, is to be able to show the kid or the child many forms of phones, right? It's just like also today a TV, which is supposed to be a flat screen. You show a CRT type of TV to or a monitor to the small child, the child may not be able to recognize. And in fact, the child will ask you, "Hey, what is that?" Huh? Because he cannot recognize it as a monitor. You say this is a monitor, he will laugh at you. What? That's a monitor, right? So think of it that way. When you are building a bot which is related to AI, you are training the bot to recognize phrases, slangs, or whatever. Okay. So even thank you topic is a separate topic. You see, thank you. How many way of saying thank you? See, thanks, thank you, thanks so much, or ty. They only provide 4 trigger phrases. You can input more. It's up to you to click thank you here, open up. You see, when you open up, right, they will show you the topic is so simple. Triggering anytime your users start typing like this, they will trigger the bot to reply you, "You're welcome." That's it. And then ended, nothing here. Okay. Here they still offer you a plus sign for you to add more things. Or if you wish, you can click plus here, end the conversation with a survey. Or you can transfer to a human agent. But no, we just leave it hanging here. Because when someone says thank you or TY or whatever, you say you're welcome. Okay. So you can think of other ways, okay, of adding this trigger phrase. You can still click on the trigger phrase and add more. You see, I may want to add another one, but here you can see to add phrase in bulk, paste in a separate phrases or use shift enter. So I can click on, apparently this one doesn't allow me to go and edit this topic. So it's only here. Okay, so I think it's read only here. Right? So most of the time, system built one, okay, they usually give you as a form of a template. So you can actually copy the topic, okay, and start modifying your own. Right? So like for example, there are lesson 1, 2, 3, 4. These are topics with conditions and whatnot. These are tutorials, a tutorial topic. Okay, so what we're gonna try right now, right, is by default they have turned on. Can you see these are all always on. So in order for us to test our bot, let's try to click test the bot. Okay, let's try to say hi and see what. When I type hi, you see, they will trigger this. Hi, I'm a virtual agent. I can help you with account questions, orders, store information, and more. If you'd like to speak to a human agent, let me know at any time. So what can I help you with today? Can you see these 3 things? All triggered by when I say hi. Now, where is this thing? It's from the greeting. I go into the greeting, right? Check this out. In the greeting topic, you see, these are the trigger phrases. When I type hi, it is this one. So it really wakes up the topic. And can you see all green color? Because after the test record, they know they invoke this part. So they gone through here. You see, this is the message you get. If you like to speak to a human agent, you see, second message. And then, so what can I help you with today? The third message. That was what the path. They will show you that whatever you tested, it invoked here. Okay. So that is why here, okay, let me just refresh it again, remodel. So watch this. If I open a topic, I expected to test this topic. Check this out. Now I type hello, yeah? When I press enter, see the green color. They show you the path. It's like a debug. Whatever they show here, they will show ting, 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 and ting, all the green color. They show you that you have actually invoked this greeting topic, and this would be the logic they flow. Right? So that's typically how you can test the bot, and this is what a topic is all about. All right. Now, what we're going to do right now here, right, apart from testing the existing topic, now I want to actually try another topic. Let's see. Okay, let's say I say send send let's say stores around me or stores near me. Enter. So you can see that I'm glad to help find a store near you. Which location are you interested? Can you see they show me 3 buttons? Now, this is which particular topic? I believe the topic is this one. Okay. I click lesson 2. It's a lesson 2 topic here. When I go into the topic, can you see all green color? You see? The trigger phrase is store near me. Yeah, I type there stores near me. Find me your nearest location. So these are all the trigger phrases. Now, but if you focus on the trigger phrase, right, you see, I'll be glad to help find a store near you. That's the first one. Then which location are you interested in? It's giving me a multiple choice options. So the options provided will be Redmond, Seattle, and Kirkland. These are the 3 buttons they show you here. All right. And of course, okay, based on these 3 options, because of 3 options, they show you 3 branches, 3 paths. If the condition equal to Redmond, what do I say? If the condition equal to Seattle, what do I say? You see? And all these 3 options, right, will produce different messages, right? And then end of the conversation. So for example, if I click on Seattle, you can see right now, see, they show this path all the way to Seattle. Okay. The message here, it says that our Seattle store is located in this address. See that? Did that answer your question now? How? I thought it's supposed to end already, right? They say end of conversation, and I can view the topic. This end conversation, right, okay, which they view the topic, they view the end of conversation. See? End of conversation is a topic, so that just now, right, when you go into this topic, end of conversation is to wire it to another topic. So they trigger another topic. This topic is called end of conversation. So which is the reason why here they ask, did that answer your question? So this is a Boolean, yes or no. So if the condition, right, says is equal to true, just confirm success. Go to the confirm success topic. If it's false, right, go to confirm failure success, confirm failure topic. Any other condition, nothing to do. So here, did they answer your question? I just say yes. If I click yes, can you see they go to the confirm success topic? Now, this is a 3rd topic they trigger. So I go to the topic confirm success. In the confirm success topic, they give you a star rating, ask you to rate. Look at this. So if I choose a 5-star rating, and then they say, there you go, thank you for your feedback. Can I help you with anything else? They ask you a question again, yes or no thanks. So if say no thanks, it will trigger the goodbye topic. If you say yes, right, then they say go ahead, I'm listening. So now I say no thanks. So when I go no thanks, they direct me to goodbye topic. When I go to goodbye topic, that is the one that will show thanks for chatting with me. Bye. You see? Can you see how one topic links to another topic, jump to another topic, jump to another topic? That is how the entire conversation from each topic can wire up with the chatbot. So a chatbot experience, right, the entire session sometimes is made up of 1 or more topics. They are wiring up together. Okay, so this is just a test to show you what is in effect. Just made a check to my newly created PVA Express account just now, and I found my subscription already there. Okay, and I've just assigned myself with an account. So right now you can see this is the PVA Express, and I've got all the apps here with me. And I've also recently went to powerapps.microsoft.com and obtained a Power Apps per user plan trial. Right, so you can see that in my homepage right now, I don't know why they're still suddenly, it was working perfectly well, but I was importing my solutions. I need to create a new database in there. So when I click on solutions, it's not showing. Again, there's a. Okay, you know what? I'm going to close all this, and I'm going to use a normal browser again. Office.com. I'm going to sign in with this account. So I'm going to really do that. Okay, the solutions now, if you are not familiar with Power Platform, right, especially Power Apps and Power Automate, there are solutions. Now, solutions, right, is a way for us to package 1 or more content which are related and work together into one single solution, right? So the solution can comprise of a few flows, 1 app, and any assets that belongs to Power Platform, and we want to, deploy them together. So in my case, right, I have actually created some form of a flow that will help us to create some dummy data, and I also create a Dataverse table. So then I package it into a solution so that I can give it to you guys. So when you import the solution, you have the same table, the same flow like me, right? Like mine. right, together in your own account, in your subscription, right, so that you can follow me to, create those particular resources. So that solution that I ask you to import, right, is to just help prepare and set up the back-end data that we will be using later on. So that's the only reason why I want you to import that file. The file contains only the necessary exercise resources that we want to use in our exercises, right? So that's the notion of a solution. Solution is a great way for you to package related things together and make it easy for you to publish and deploy, right, into different environments. That's what a solution is for. Okay. So the essential knowledge about this, okay, should be, it's presuming, okay, that most of you guys understand Power Platform before you come for Power Virtual Agent anyway. Okay, but since you don't understand what is a solution, well, that's the answer. Okay. So anyway, let me go into again my Power Apps. I see my Power Apps here. I've assigned myself with a license. And right now, I just go back to my solutions and make sure that I should be able to see my PVA Express. Apparently, it doesn't show up here, so I need to import it again. Okay, but anyway, this PVA Express is the default environment. I no longer develop the trial environment again, because since I am back to my, the default environment, which is working, I know it is still in Asia, but apparently right now it is fine. Okay, it's no problem already. Okay, so now I'm going to click on import solution and I'm going to browse for the file again. The PVA Express zip file, I click next. You need to ensure, okay, that you've got Dataverse, yeah, right? So then click next. I need to create a new connection again, just like what I did earlier. Currently, I think the speed is kind of fast, so I believe the service has been revived. The service has been restored. Okay, I go back to here, refresh. Then I select connection for Microsoft Dataverse, create. So yeah, I think it's super smooth right now. Refresh here, and I can click import. All right. So importing my PVA Express. So let's not worry about this. Now, in the meantime, while it is being imported, right, I also want to go back to my Power Automate. I also want to go to Power Automate because we're going to use Power Automate later on. At least I want to create a premium account, a premium subscription for that. Let me sign into my PVA Express. I'll just say United States, don't worry. The region here. So you see, it's also connected to the same PVA Express environment, all right? And on my flows here, when I click my flows, I got now no flows here. When I click create, so it depends on when or what type of flow you are about to create. When you create a flow that they deem you use a connector that is going to be premium, you need to actually activate a premium subscription plan. So for now, I think it's okay lah. I'm not going to do anything yet. So while the solution here is being imported, let me refresh. Still importing, not yet done. And I also now want to go to my powerva.microsoft.com. There you go. So using this subscription, there you go. See, this is what I expected. It's supposed to prompt me, welcome to Power Virtual Agents, choose your country or region, and then you need to start a free trial. But that did not happen earlier, all right? So now, because of this, I also want to choose United States. I don't care, I can choose my country or region, start free trial. And immediately, they will ask us to, create a new bot. That is what I want to do as well. So there you go. What is my name of the bot? I'm going to call it my Contoso bot, just like earlier. And you can see what type of language you want your bot to speak. So I choose English. So only English, right? And that's the default environment here. I will choose the default environment and I click create. So give me a little bit of time here. So I'm going to be back to where I stopped earlier. So we are going to learn how to, at least reuse one of the system provided topic, and we can make and edit, because the default topics are not allowed to be edited. So we can make some changes to the conversation in which I want to reuse, okay, the same get my store location. Okay, so I'm going to close this test bot here. I go to the topics. Okay, you can see that bot framework composer moved here. So we can see that I can create a new topic. It is still okay, that bot created. They're going to refresh. Close it again. In the topics, when I click new here, right, I can create a new topic from blank directly in Power Virtual Agents, or I can still use the bot framework composer. Remember, I told you about the Azure bot framework composer. So the Azure related bot framework composer can also be integrated and used to develop Power VA bots. So essentially, you need to understand that Power VA bots, right, are also making use of the Azure bot service, right? Because naturally, everything on Office 365, it's running on Azure's backbone. Okay. So, but anyway, let's continue where we left off earlier. I want all of us to do the same thing. Now, I want you to look at a pre-built topic that we have here, which is lesson number 2. This one, a simple topic with a condition and variable. Okay, I want you to click the triple dot here, make a copy. You can see, click the triple dot, make a copy. Make a copy. So they will duplicate that topic. So you can see it is now here, okay, at the top. And the status is by default set to off because it's the duplicated. This one is on, this is now off. Okay. So what I want you to do, right, okay, is I need you to turn it on anyway. Okay, we will turn it on first later on, okay, but not now. So let us try to edit this. Okay, I want you to edit the one with the copy. Click this link to go into the topic to edit. Okay, see, this is exactly the same thing, right? Now, I want you to click the trigger phrases. So when you click trigger phrases, now you can enter new phrases or you can delete phrases. All right. And also one more thing, okay, that you can see on the side here, right, at the bottom, you can see the variable watch. This is a variable watch. At the top here, right, you can see trigger phrases. This will open the same pane. You can off it. Okay, you can close it. Or you can see variables. When you click variables, they show you all the variables that is created within this topic. Now, variables are very important because especially when you get the bot to ask the user a question, right? People will reply, the user will reply. Now, whatever they reply will be stored in a variable. Then we can use condition to test what is the value held by the variable, whether is it equal to the value, and then you decide the course of action. So variables is just like in your Power Automate and in your Power Apps, everywhere we make use of variable. Okay. All right. And also analytics, when you click analytics here, they show you, right, what is the performance of the topic. They actually make use of Power BI report. So they're showing you a Power BI dashboard on the performance of this topic. Okay, but since we did not trigger anything for this topic, so all the report shows is blank, 0, nothing. Okay, so that's a built-in analytics circuit for you to monitor the performance of the current topic. Okay, but anyway, now let us change the name of our topic here because it's a copy, right? We click inside here and change the name of the topic. I want to call it get store locations. Like this, press enter. So you now rename, okay, this topic, get store locations. Okay. And then quickly do a save first. Click save at the top. Everything you do, you must manually save. There's no auto save. Remember that. Okay. In anything you do under Power Platform, when the design is on the browser, there is only manual saving. So you have to manually save. So let's click the trigger phrase here to come up with this trigger phrase. Okay. So each of the phrase, okay, that you can see already got this check store location, check closest store with me, show store near me, or whatsoever. All right. So these are the trigger phrases. Now you can still add more trigger phrases. There are 5 already, which are the default. All right. Now, let's say, for example, now we close it. We scroll down until they ask a question. Look at the node here. All these are called a node. There is a message, I'll be glad to help find a store near you. After that, the bot will ask a question. Which location are you interested in? All right. So you can see that there are three options provided: Redmond, Seattle, and Kirkland. Now I can add a new option. The moment you click add new option, they already prepare a new branch. Can you see that or not? A new branch came out. A new branch. This one. Okay. So let's add a new option in there. Let's say, for example, I want to add, let's say, New York. Or maybe call it Bellevue lah. Since I see Redmond, Seattle, Kirkland, these are all cities or towns around the Washington state. So I just put in Bellevue, which is quite close to Redmond. In fact, you know, Redmond is the Microsoft city there, right? So Bellevue is the city next to Redmond. I think it's around 10 miles away. So I just put in Bellevue there. So this will be a fourth button called Bellevue, right? And you can see any response by the user clicking any of this button will be stored in this variable. Can you see the variable is called PVA underscore store location? That's the variable, right? And you can see every condition they test, right, is testing the same variable, whether they're equal to this value or not. And you can see the Bellevue, right, is there on the last node here. Okay, so once I added, okay, the Bellevue, okay, then I will need to provide a response. So when the user select Bellevue equal to Bellevue, what I'm going to do, I'm going to click add a node, which is going to be show a message, just like all these guys, show a message, right? So the message you can type directly in there. So you will type, okay, the message of our Bellevue. Maybe I need to zoom in so you guys can see better. Our Bellevue store is in 1234 Bellevue. Let's give it a dummy or Bellevue Way, right? Comma Bellevue, comma WA, Washington State lah. Okay, so postcode, their zip code 98123, whatever. Okay, so let just make believe. Okay, that's actually the message. All right, so it's just like every other location. When the user selected, they will also display the address. That's it. So in our case for Bellevue, I just put it this way. Okay. All right. So you can see now that all the nodes, right, started and connected back to end of conversation. So what I'm going to do here, right, is that you can actually connect this guy also. You can connect this node here, right, okay, back to this location. All right. So you can click this plus sign here and say end the conversation. Okay. But like I say, end the conversation, okay, this is actually not linked out there. So what I can do is that I can actually go and zoom out a bit. Okay, so you can zoom out that one. Now, actually, there's a way for it to connect the node here. So you can actually drag one of the nodes here. Hang on. I can actually call an action. How come it doesn't connect? It's supposed to be able to drag the node. Wait, hang on first. I think I will need to actually just drag it over. I think I know how. I think they have actually given a new experience. You click the plus sign here. Don't do anything here. Can you see the dot here? Now you can click the dot and drag it like this. There you go. Connect it here. Last time, okay, that the plus sign can immediately drop. Now, no, you have to click plus sign. Once you see the dot only, you don't intend to do anything else here. You click the dot, the blue color, it turns blue color, glowing, and you drag it and hook it up here. There you go. So now you are relating that all these four paths, whatever it is, at the end, they will just go into the topic of end conversation. That's it. We just click save. All right. This is just a very easy way for it to test our topic. So we have added and edited this. So once you save, right, I want you to go back to the topics here, and I want you to turn on, okay, the topic, get store location, turn it on. After turning on, right, remember this was a copy from this lesson number 2. So I want you to turn off the lesson number 2 because this is a duplicate. In fact, our get store locations, okay, will have an updated fourth location supported. So this one, you turn it off so that you don't have a conflicting topic that will respond together, right? So turn off the other one. turning on your own get store location topic. Okay, so let's test our bot. Let's click test your bot. And now I just want you to type there, maybe let's say, is there a store near me? Question mark, enter. So you can see it does trigger it. So can you see now I've got a fourth button. Let's click on Bellevue. And you can see that that's the message that they answer me. So did that answer your question? I will say yes. And then they ask me for a survey. I provide, let's say 5-star and just say yes. And, oh, go ahead, I'm listening. No, just say, no, thanks. Thanks for chatting with me. Bye. See? Okay. So that's done. So that is how you can test your bot and make sure that the trigger phrase is correct. And then the new location of Bellevue has been added. So this is actually testing the bot directly here, right? So you can always reset the whole conversation. But what if you want to actually publish the bot and try to make use of somewhere? So let's say you want to test the bot somewhere else, not directly within the designer here. Now, Power Virtual Agents provides a demo website so that you can invite anyone to test the bot by sending them the link right here to the website. Okay, you can send them the URL. Now, the demo website is quite useful in order for you to gather feedback on how you can improve the bot content, because whatever you test here is only you yourself, but you can never get your other users to be able to test it. So now how are you going to do that? You got to click publish here, right? Publishing your bot to make your bot available online. So you can see, click publish here, click the button publish. Yes, publish the latest content. And after you publish, you can try out using this link here, demo website. They give you a demo website. You can give the URL to any of the users and get them to come in and test your bot for you. So make sure you publish first before you can go to the demo website. Okay. So let's give it some time for it to publish. Publishing is like compiling, finalizing it, and making it production. Okay. So you can see green color, the latest content has been published. Now, when I click the link demo website, they open up a new tab, and you can see this is the demo website. Okay, and your bot stays here. Okay. So let's say if I type there, you can see these are all things that my bot can help. So I can click hello. There you can see the greeting comes in. So then I'll just say find, compiling, finalizing it, and making it production. Okay. So you can see green color, the latest content has been published. Now, when I click the link demo website, they open up a new tab, and you can see this is the demo website. Okay, and your bot stays here. Okay. So let's say if I type there, you can see these are all things that my bot can help. So I can click hello. There you can see the greeting comes in. So then I'll just say find a store near me. And you can see I'm now going to click Kirkland. And yes, let's just say yes. I'll put it 5-star and just say no thanks. Okay, cool. All right, and this is the URL that you can copy, all right, and then send this URL to other users so they can help test the bot together with you, right? This is the demo website for you to test. Okay. Now, like I said, just to answer question, okay, by Awangku just now, right? What if you try to type in Malay language or whatever? So how can we have a bot, right, that is able to support other languages? Now, PVA allows you to create chatbots in a number of languages. Now, each bot only speaks one language, and you choose the language when you first create the bot. Remember, when we type the name of the bot, they ask us to click the drop down and select a language. Okay, so now what we're going to do in this exercise, we're going to create a bot in a language other than English. Okay, now actually we don't need to speak another language to complete the exercise here, right? So what we're going to do here, right, is we need to create a separate bot. Okay, So it's not within the same bot. It's going to be a separate bot because one bot is already compiled with the language. So let me go back, close this, go back to home, okay? And I want you to click this at the top right-hand side, click this button here and click new bot. So you can see this one called My Contoso Bot in bracket US. That's actually the US English. So I click new bot again. Okay, so I'm going to call it My Contoso Bot. Same name, but the name is already existing. I cannot use the same name again. Okay, maybe I'll just call it Contoso Bot French. Let's do French here. Okay, so the type of language, I'm going to choose FR, French. Right? And then I'm just going to click on create. You can choose Malay. If let's say Malay Malaysia is in there. The last time I checked again, it was not there, but I think right now they should have actually supported all these languages. Now I've chosen French. Okay, look, even though I've selected the language as French, they're expecting the topics all in French, but the menus and all that are still in English. So you don't need to worry. That is why you don't need to learn another language in order for you to use this. All these are still in English. Okay, but you can see, start a conversation like this. Okay, so now this is actually the French language. And if you go and visit the topics, right, you can see all the topics are in French. You see, let me close this first. Topics, see, all in French. Now, if you don't understand French, neither do I. I don't understand French, okay, but I do have a script with me, okay, that, for example, this one sounded like in English, salutation. Salutation is actually the greeting. And look at all the greetings are in French, bonjour and all that. See that? Okay. So you can see that all the questions, okay, all the phrases, all the messages are in French. All right. So in this case, okay, what we can do right now is I'm going to click on test your bot. Now I'm just going to type there, let's say bonjour. And let's see whether it responds or not. So you can see that my bot is speaking to me in French. Look at that. Okay. So it's just a simple way to test it. Okay. We are not developing any other things here. All right. So you can also try another one. Click new bot again. You can create as many bots as you want. Now I'm going to call it Contoso Japanese. Contoso bot Japanese. Maybe let's do one in Japanese. So you can see that, yeah, Malay Malaysia is not there. Okay, the last I tested is not there. So these are only main languages that they have it there, right? So in preview right now, you've got Chinese, you've got Czech, you've got Greek, Hindi, Korean, Thai, and all that, right? But I'm going to choose Japanese and click create. Okay, so you can see if I go to the topics, you can see all this will be in Japanese, right? Great. So this will be the one which is in greeting. So you can see all the greetings. Let me go in here again. You can see all this here. So it's like, I can read a bit here. Okay, konnichiwa. You got like Ohayo, Ohayo gozaimasu. So all the conversations, all the trigger phrases will be in Japanese. So we can see that. All right. So they're all written in that specific language itself. So you can see that you can trigger it in English as well, you know. Can see that? They also supported the phrases in English. Okay, but on top of, if you are able to type Japanese, then you're able to do that as well. So maybe I can test it here. I've got my Japanese IME here as well. So let's say I type there konnichiwa. So when I press enter, so you can see that it does fire all that as well. Okay. All right, so that's ultimately how you can even create a bot that is in Japanese or in French or in any other languages. But too bad, Malaysia, the Malay language is not there yet. We can see in preview, Thai is coming out. I think not even Vietnamese, okay, but a few of the other languages are slowly making an appearance, right? I believe the Malay Malaysia or even Indonesian or any other Asian languages are fast coming in soon by next year, okay? Okay, cool. So let me delete these bots which I don't need. I just want to show you that. Click delete. It's a bit weird that I cannot delete the bots. Never mind. Let's leave it there first. Okay. Okay. Anyway, that's the end of that. Let me just switch back to my Contoso bot US, and let's see my Power. Yeah, my Power App Solutions. The PVA Express has been already imported. That's very good. Okay, but continuing with our journey here. Okay. Now, what we're going to learn here, right, is to start learning how to create topics from existing support content. Okay, we are going to learn how to do suggested topics other than being given with the topics. Let's do suggested topics. So going back to topics here, okay, so make sure okay, that you can see at the top here, suggest topics. All right, when I click suggest topics, so you can now pass in a link to an online content. Now, what do you mean by suggest topics? Sometimes you may not understand what type of topics or you got no idea what to do to create a topic. Now, what you can do here, right, is, for example, if you got some contents which are in a form of PDF files or Word documents or CSV files, or even a web link, a web URL, okay? Now, you can actually provide a link to that content. Now, for example, what is the most common one is you want to provide a link to a general FAQ website, okay, an FAQ. Now, you know what they will do here, right, is they will go into the website, the web page, which contains the FAQs. They will analyze all the questions and the answers provided in the FAQ. They grab all that and it will construct topics out of it. This is actually very, very powerful in such a way that you instantly want to create a bot that is an FAQ bot. Okay, but it links to a different FAQ. Or possibly, I have another idea. Let's say you've got an instruction manual or a user manual for a machine or a device or whatever, right? And it's in PDF format. So you submit that PDF file, which is the user manual or instruction manual for a particular device. And it will do the same thing. They will analyze the entire file contents and they will start structuring different topics so that now you have a bot, right, that you can type in the problem you have. For example, you type there how to do hard reset on a iPhone 14 Pro Max Pro. Let's say you type that, but you have already uploaded the PDF file of the iPhone 14 Max Pro user manual, and your bot right now is like a live iPhone 14 Max Pro user manual user bot. So you type the problem that you have. You want to find out about how to operate iPhone 14 Max Pro. You type into the chat. Based on a question, they will know how to answer you. That's actually the beauty part of suggest topics. Okay. So this is in Azure Cognitive Service, right, known as a knowledge base. Okay, in Azure Cognitive Service, right, you create a KB, we call it a knowledge base. The knowledge base is where you upload website URLs or PDF or Word documents that has content, and they start creating phrases, a pair of questions and answers, which you can use it in your chatbot. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now, right, okay, is I'm going to show you, I'm going to copy to you the URL link here. Okay, I give the URL link to our Power Apps FAQ. I copy and paste into the meeting chat. So you guys can copy and paste this directly. When you click enter a link here, right? Okay, you do a Control V paste. Link to online content. Look at this. When you paste, copy and paste, right? Please do not forget the HTTPS in front, :/. Begin with the HTTPS :/, and then paste my link that I've given to you in the meeting chat. All right. Then you click add. So that's one here. So you can add more link. Now, if you have a PDF, a Word document, or whatsoever, please ensure that you upload to your OneDrive so you obtain a URL to it. You cannot just upload a file name. Right? It must be a content, a file that you uploaded to an online web storage, such as OneDrive. And then you obtain a shared link and you enter the link there. Now, I enter the URL to our Power Apps FAQ website and I click start. So you should see by now that it will take several minutes, depending on how complicated, okay, and the total number of web pages on that link. Okay, they will start formulating the questions and answers. Okay, now if while waiting here, right, I want you to open a new tab and try to go into the website, and let's see the website, how it looks like. This is the Power Apps portals FAQs. See, the whole web page looks like this. Got question, got answer, got question, answer, question, answer. So it's not really that long lah. Okay. So this is the web URL that I am directing to my bot here. And it say we ran into a problem. Ah, man. Couldn't connect to the link. It is not secured. What? HTTPS. Oh, it is already under learn.microsoft.com. Let me just copy the final URL, right? And let's try again. Suggest topics here. I paste the final URL, which they have redirected to learn.microsoft.com together with the HTTPS. I click add and start again. Sometimes they ran into a problem when they encounter a URL that has a redirection. So just hang on for a moment. So once they finish, right, you will see a green color notification like this. And you can see how many new topics has been suggested. You see, you have 17 new topics suggested, right? So once you got 17 new topics suggested, right, I want you to click on it, okay? Or wait, hang on. How come I cannot click on it? I think we have to go to the topics. Usually they will show me the suggest here. I think they put it under suggested right now. Existing got 13, suggested is here, 17. So click 17 here, and you can see these are all the topics suggested. And they also formulated the trigger phrases. See, these are all the topics. Okay. So you can open any one of the topic there. For example, the first one, how do I track changes to Power Apps portals configuration? When I click on this, you can see the design. They start from this one trigger phrase. The message is actually the answer and end of conversation. That's it. Okay. So most of the topics are kind of brief because they are only responding to a trigger phrase and then they post the answer in the form of a message. Okay. So these topics, right, it is under review right now. It is not pushed into existing yet, you see, because you haven't confirmed it. So whichever you confirm, right, take a look at this. There's a button for you to click add to existing topics. If you don't like this, you can delete because these are what is suggested. Okay. For example, how do I get a portal subscription? Let's say I say add. So how do I get a portal subscription? They are pushing it over to the existing. Existing 13 now becomes 14. Look at that. And suggested now becomes 16. So when I go over to existing, right, you can see I've got a new topic at the top. How do I get a portal subscription? Okay, it is turned off. So whichever one that you wanted it to be active, you must make sure that you add it over to the existing. All right. So once you have done that, right? So what we can do, let's go into this. How do I get a portal subscription? It's like this. So it's end of the conversation. Okay. So you can edit and furthermore all this. So once you are adding in there, so you can actually add more things. You can still customize it because it's actually up to you to go and make customizations. All right. So that's ultimately, like for example, even before you add it over to the existing. For example, still in a suggested, you can still review. For example, this one. How do I track changes? So when you click, they show a preview. All right. Now from here, you can still add to topics, drop down, see? Add to topics or add topics and edit. So actually from here, you can directly add to the topics. That means the existing. But just now, when we close it outside here, you can click here to add to topics or delete. So it's up to you to do that, all right? So once you've added that, let us do this testing. How do I get a portal subscription? You must turn it on, the status, in order for it to activate the topic. Okay, so once it's turned on, let us test it right now. So I click test your bot. So I just type the word portal subscription. I don't even want to type how do I get. I just type the word portal subscription, and you can see they immediately show me the answer. Power Apps portal are now available as standalone in Power Apps. You no longer need to acquire a license to provision a portal, blah, blah, blah. Look at that. Okay. So trigger phrases can be very long sentence, but sometimes, okay, what you can do is you don't need to type the full exact phrase. You just need to type any words inside the phrase. The keywords, for example, portal subscription. Okay. I don't even need to do type the full how do I. Okay. Or how do I get. So I just type portal subscription. They will send me this. So I just say, yes, it did answer my question. This one is a 4-star only, and just say no thanks. Okay. So you can test immediately the topic. Okay, so that's something known as topic suggestions. Okay, so make sure that you guys can get that. So this is a very powerful feature that they grab from the Azure knowledge base, right? All right, let's move on. Now we are going to do something more than just focusing on the topics. We want you to learn right now, what about entities? The second object, apart from topics, you need to understand what are entities. Then we make use of variables. How do we do slot filling and all that? Okay, so how do you switch topics by using a topic redirect? For example, when you are inside one topic in the conversation, you can hook it up to another topic. You can wire up to another topic. Okay, so we're going to try to do that. Okay. Now, I want you to take note about this. Hang on. I want you to, I'm going to share to you a phrase, a screenshot here. Just give me a moment. Hang on. Not this one, sorry. Let me try to do a screenshot here. Okay, now let me show you this screenshot. Okay, check this out. Now, I'm not so sure how many of you guys are familiar with a party game where story has blanks and people are asked for words to fill in the blanks. I don't think so. These party games are very common in Malaysia. Okay, but anyway, check this out. Let's say the game, right, can ask you for this. I am creating a or an, and they give a blank there. Chatbot for my, there's another blank, and another blank company. So in the example above, right, okay, they are giving you a full sentence and they give blanks. The blanks, okay, will be expecting number one, an adjective. Then the second one is they're expecting a type of transportation, and then a second type of transportation, number two. So in the example above, right, type of transportation is considered what we call an entity. An entity, right, in a real world concept, it contains like the word cars or trucks and any object. Any physical object usually refer to a noun about something. So if let's say we are giving a sentence like this to a user, fill in the blanks, right? The first blank must expect, we expect an adjective. And the next two blanks, I want you to name me a type of transportation. So type of transportation, they know it will be a vehicle, right? Either car, truck, van, bus, whatever, right? So in this case, I want to tell you that this transportation we're expecting is considered an entity. Okay, now leaving a place for type of transportation in the sentence is what we call a slot. So we're going to do slot filling with the entity. So the example sentence has 3 slots. 2 of them are types of transportation and 1 is for adjective. The first slot is an adjective. The other 2 slots will be type of transportation. So type of transportation number 1 and type of transportation number 2 are known as variables. So depending on what user give the example, right, they can store in the variables and the variables will replace the number 1 and number 2. So later on, they will fill with the variable. So during the game, right, players will provide 1 adjective and 2 types of transportation. So the leader of the game usually fill the slots with the word like I'm creating an awesome chatbot for my hot air balloon and skateboard company, something like this. So in this case, you got two entities there. Hot air balloon is an entity, skateboard is an entity, right? And then these two entities, right, can be represented with a variable. Okay, the variable. So the variable expected, right, can match a type of entity, or it can be a free typing value. Okay, but the adjective in front, right, that one is depends on what you want to actually reply with. You can put in an adjective like beautiful, awesome, amazing, fantastic, terrific, okay, or terrible, or bad, or whatever, right? So this is actually what I want you to check out. Okay, this is what the entities would be. When you click entities, right, you can see there are many entities which are pre-built. Entities like date and time is built in already. The country or region, the continent, a color, okay, city, the age, even Boolean value of true or false is also considered an entity. Fixed values, you see. So the language, money, number, organization, person name, the speed, the state, the temperature, zip code, URL, weight, you see, phone number, email address, whatsoever. So these are all built-in entities. You can start creating entities. An entity, right, can be a few types. You see, when you click new entity here, you can create a closed list of entity. A closed list, right, okay, is just a list of values, like a choice. And it says closed list means it's only providing a certain type of a certain list of values. Now, there's another type of entity where you can create using regex, okay, regular expression. For example, if you want to create an entity that checks for email address, valid patterns of email addresses, phone numbers, zip code, maybe our Malaysian IC number, anything that has a specific pattern of input. Now, then you can actually choose regex. All right. Regex ensures that the entry, okay, the input values must match a predefined pattern of input. For example, phone number must have 8 digits or 7 digits, and in front must have an area code or country code or whatsoever. Okay, and then the email address, you must have a username and then a single @sign, and then must be only dots or hashes. Sorry, dots or dashes, okay, or hyphens. No other types of symbols allowed. So that's actually called regex. Okay, but anyway, we're not going to do this entity right now yet. So let's start talking about variables first. Variables is the only way to handle dynamically accepted content. For example, if your bot asks the user, please key in your name, please key in your age. So if there is an expected input by the user, usually variables will be used to capture the result of the input. And then later on, we can use the variable to do a check, right? Or maybe use it, okay, to append to a sentence. So our first exercise right now in this particular topic is that we're going to create a brand new topic. Okay, let's go over to the topic first. Let's start with the topic. This one, get a portal subscription. I click turn it off. Okay, and what I'm going to do here, right, I'm going to create new topic. Okay, click new topic from blank. From blank. Okay, so you can see this is from blank, and the name of the topic, I want to call it return items. So this topic, right, is about getting people to be able to return defective items so that they can start continue with process of refunding them. Right, our customers want to go through the bot to check. I've got defective item. How do I return the item to you? And then, is it possible to get a refund? So I get this topic to call return items. All right. So now in this return items, let's go and focus on the trigger phrases. Let's start adding some trigger phrases. So the first one will be, I want to return a product. Enter. Okay, you can just keep on entering. As you enter, okay, you can practically, keep on adding new ones. So usually, right, okay, you should add minimum from 5 to about 10 trigger phrases so that it makes your topic, right, a bit more relevant. Okay, but for now, we want to skip. Just one topic will do. Sorry, one trigger phrases will do. Okay, one trigger phrase, because we should know that to test this, we just want to enter exactly that, or just say return a product. Okay, it can also work. So now just one trigger phrase will do, and let's move ahead. Now, what's the message here? When the user trigger this, right, what will be the message? So I'll just put in here, let's say, sorry to hear that. Okay, to hear that you are not happy with your purchase. Okay, I can help you with that. Okay, I can help you with that. So this is going to be the message that the bot will reply. Okay. Now, after that, let's add a note. I think we can close this trigger phrase here. We can add another new node. This node right now is going to ask a question. After the message is now is done, now the bot will ask you a question. The question, what they're going to ask? Let's say they're going to ask, which area are you living in? Okay. So what area? So maybe they ask you the name first. What is your name? They ask for the name. Okay. What's your name? So is it a multiple choice question? Of course not. Okay, they ask a name, right? You allow the user to type any response. So it will be there. This is actually to choose based on an entity. Can you see these are all entity names? Okay, but there's one entity name means there's no entity referring to. I just want to get the user's entire response. So I choose user's entire response. So whatever the user, the name the user type, the value will be stored in this variable called var. Can you see? But I don't want to call it var. The name var is not useful. So I click the pencil icon here to edit the name of my variable. Okay. So the variable name, I just call it username. Okay. Type is text. Right. And then you can see the usage of this variable, right? Is it restricted to only within this topic? Or you can say in the entire bot, any topic can also access the same variable. I say bot. I change the usage scope, right, okay, to the bot level. Okay, that means like I want to get my variable, right? Any topic also can access the same variable. I make the variable global. Maybe I got another topic later on. I want to use the same username variable. So you can see now the username, right, has a bot in front. If you zoom in, right, you can see bot colon and then username. So that defines the scope of this variable, bot variable. Okay. All right. So, but here they are still trying to, I don't know what is it doing here. They're still trying to refresh. Okay. But I can close this and I try to edit again and it's still the same. Anyway, we can close that. So make sure it is username and set to the bot scope. Let's add another ask a question node. Second question they ask after what's your name? So I'm going to ask what was the purchase price purchase price of the item that you want to return. Okay. So again, this time I want to choose multiple choice questions. It's multiple choice, right? But I want the multiple choice to point to an entity called number. Okay, there is a number. See, number is a pre-built entity which only extract the number. Okay, I just choose identify as a number that you want to return. And this number type, okay, will also be saved into a var. See, this is a variable text. Now the variable is a number. It's called var. I still want to change the name. The name, I'm going to call it purchase price. Variable name, try not to put a space there. Purchase price. But this time the usage of this variable is limited to this scope, limited to the topic. It's not a bot level variable. It's a topic only accessible within this topic. It's a local variable. Okay, that's it. So this bot here, see, is still, like this. But anyway, I can quickly save now. Save the bot, save the topic. Quickly save first. One save already, right? Okay, so now 2 questions asked already. What's your name? What is the purchase price? So now I want to add a condition. Click that note here, add a condition. Add a condition. All right. So I'm going to hang on here for a while you guys catch up. So based on the response of purchase price, I will add a condition. So you can see two branches. So in the condition number 1 on the left, they ask you to select a variable to test. So the variable right now, I'm going to choose my purchase price. I'm testing my purchase price. If it's greater than or what? I'm going to choose if it's less than. If the purchase price is less than, let's say 2,000. I type the value 2,000. So this is where purchase price is less than 2,000. Then else, right, is all other conditions. Okay. So then now, when the purchase price the user selected, right, or type is less than 2,000, I'm going to add a message, show a message. The message, I just say that you can return the item or items, you can return the items by mail to Contoso returns, comma, let me zoom in lah. You can return the item or items by mail to Contoso returns, and then let's say it's 4567 Main Street, comma, Buffalo, NY, New York, okay, 98052. Okay, so any items which are less than $2,000, you can return the item by mail, okay, mailing it. Like this. That's the message when you check the condition is less than $2,000. So after that, we just click the plus sign to end the conversation. We just call end conversation and end with a survey. That's it, just end with a survey. This one is ending the conversation and they ask for rating, 4-star or 5-star, that's the survey. Now for all other conditions, that means anything greater than 2,000, I'm going to show a message as well. This message, I just say, please bring along your, please bring your item or items along with the receipt to a local Contoso store near you to return it. So you should see when, let's say, the user selected more than 2,000, so the bot will ask the user to bring along the items with the receipt to a local Contoso store. So you can see from here, the next question I can ask, do you want me to help you find a store near you? That is where you route it, you hook it up to our different topic just now. Remember the topic was called find store location or get store location. So we already got a topic to ask which area you're in and all that, right? So because here we are telling them to bring it to a local Contoso store. So the next correct thing to do, right, is for the bot to ask, do you want me to, find you a store near you? Something like that, right? So now, next one, we don't end the conversation. We continue adding, ask a question. This was a question I talk about. Okay. Do you know your nearest store location? Question mark. So this one, they ask you, do you know only? Yes or no. So the identifier here, okay, is I want to choose Boolean. Okay. To identify the type of answer, it's going to be a Boolean. Choose from this entity Boolean. And the response, right, okay, the Boolean means either yes or no, lah, right? So this var, right, is Boolean. So I'm going to name the variable. The variable, I just call it no store location. I know the store location. So it's still a topic limited scope here. No store location. So the variable name is called no store location, either yes or no. Because of this yes or no, you know that I'm going to add a condition already. Got condition. Okay. The variable is either no store location is equal to true or false. See, I add a condition. It should be like this. So the condition to check is based on the variable no the store location, whether it's equal to true. If it's true, what do? False will be all other condition. Okay. So if let's say true, the user say yes lah, yes I know, then I just end the conversation with a survey. End the conversation with a survey. That's it. Here also end conversation. Here also end conversation when you say no. But if the user say no, I don't know, that means false. Yeah. If it's false, means I'm going to redirect the user to our different topic. Here, then redirect to another topic. Which topic you look for there? Get store locations. That's one. Our topic is called get store locations. So you redirect the user to the topic, get store locations. You see how you can wire that up? Okay. So again, let me delete first. When the user say no, I don't know my store location, I click plus sign, I say redirect to another topic. And here you can choose from among all my topics. So I can see get store locations. That was the one that we created earlier. We select this, get store locations. So then they will continue with the other conversation, right? Which we happen to design that earlier. Okay, quickly save the bot. So you can see the bot, the topic, save the bot first, and the topic design similar like this, you see. We started from blank with variables, and then we got a condition to check, So it's really, really easy to do it. There is no programming needed. But the understanding of a programming concept of using variables will be, of course, required. Okay, make sure you save it. And you can then test your bot already. Bottom left-hand corner, click test bot. So immediately I want to start how to return product. I just say how to return product. You see, immediately they bring you here. They trigger it. So it says, sorry to hear you're not happy. What's your name? So I'm going to type my name there, Gerald. Enter. So next one, what was the purchase price of the item that you want to return? I'm purposely going to put in a price higher than 2,000. Okay, so it will be 2,500. So this is where you see they branch over here. Please bring your items along with a receipt to a local Contoso store near you. Do you know your nearest store location? Can you see that they really route? Okay, so when I say no, can you see that they will now go into this topic, get store location. So when I click view the topic, they really redirect me to here. See, I'll be glad to help find a store near you. Which location are you interested in? I just choose Redmond. There you go. This is the address. Did they answer the question? I just say yes, and I just give a 5-star rating and say no thank you with anything else. See? So you can see this is how one topic can link it to another topic, because you know that you've got another topic design. This design of the topic can act as a follow-up from the previous topic. Remember, just like a human to human conversation, some conversations when you have got topic A, which can be a follow-up with topic B, right? So ultimately speaking, so topic A and B, they are related. They are wired up, see? So our earlier design topic, get store locations, can be a follow-up topic from this return products. Okay. So this particular topic, it's related somehow or other. So while you are still testing this, right, okay, now you can always click this variable watcher. Click variable watch, you can see the variable, what value, okay? So if you return to the previous return items topic, so you click variable watch, you can see there, username, I key in Gerald here, the green color. Purchase price, I key in 2,500, see? So this was the particular topic or the variable watcher. So they will know what are the variable names, okay, that you selected. But the no store location boolean, right? Okay, they did not actually set true or false. Only values that the user key in. Okay, but if let's say yes or no there, you can see that they don't capture that. So the variable watcher allows you to watch all the variable value changes as you run through that. Okay, cool. I just reset my bot right now and I will hide the bot. Okay, any questions, guys? Are you able to, design this simple topic? So the whole bot, right, is comprised of all these topics, and we are yet to design entities. So we still have time, all right, to go into this next exercise. So now we got to learn how to use entities and then do the slot filling, the different slots that you in your chatbots. Now remember, when we talk about entities, right, this is where we will look into natural language understanding. Okay, this is not exactly the same language understanding service by Azure Cognitive Service, but this is built into your Power VA. By using entities, right, you are trying to also include natural language processing into it. Okay, so natural language understanding is the ability whereby Power VA able to understand what the user is telling. Okay, for example, if the user says, I wonder whether it will rain today. Okay, or it's not like so direct last time. Please tell me the weather for today. This is so direct. Immediately the trigger phrase knows that you want to trigger the weather forecast, right? But today people can say, I wonder whether I need to bring an umbrella with me today. You see, just by talking about bringing an umbrella, they know that this is actually meaning to, uh, find out the weather forecast. People no longer need to tell directly the word weather forecast. Just say, do I need to bring an umbrella? It's good enough. It's just like you want to find a restaurant, find places to eat, right? You don't need to directly tell the bot, please find me a restaurant. Today, you can just say, I am hungry. When you say, I am hungry, the bot will say, do you want me to look for a near restaurant, a nearest restaurant for you? You see that? This is actually so-called natural language understanding, right? Because humans speak this way. You don't need to be so direct to a human. You talk about something, okay, that there is an underlying meaning. It's a natural way of understanding what they mean. By saying I'm hungry, obviously you just say, do you want to go to a cinema? That is like you are going to get a tight slap from there, right? Because there's nothing to do with that, right? So it's like when I say that, do I need to bring an umbrella? Then you say that, well, what sports do you want to play today? That is a ridiculous follow-up topic. Okay, so when people say and ask about an umbrella, they know that it's related to the weather. When people say they are hungry, they know, okay, they are looking for lunch. They're looking for something to eat. Okay, and obviously you don't ask the person, do you want to go to a cinema? Right? So it's natural language. So now when we try to talk about entities here, right, we are going to actually enhance our trigger phrase. You see, what we started every time in this topic, right? It's trigger phrases. The trigger phrases allow you to think hard about what would be the sentence or the vocabulary that user will type usually and to trigger, hoping that it will trigger the topic. But with entities, right, you can insert natural language understanding facility into it. So this is actually right to improve that even the exact phrase isn't listed as a trigger phrase, okay, but it will still be able to trigger, right? So natural language understanding helps the bot identify entities in a user input. An entity represents a real world subject or object, such as phone number, zip code, city, person's name, age. You saw the built-in entities just now. So your bot can smartly recognize the relevant information from user input. Okay. Now, for example, let's give you an example. If the user go and type in the bot, I want 50 purple laptops. So the AI, the natural language, can understand that 50 is the number 50. and it's also the number of purchases to purchase. Okay, I'm talking about, okay, when the user type in I want, for example, let me launch my notepad and show you. Let's say the user type in the bot this way. They type like this, I want 50 purple laptops. So but the bot will interpret this 50 actually means this number 50. Okay, purple, they understand that it's a type of color. Okay, purple is a color. And then laptops, okay, is the product that the person want to purchase. You see? So they will try to understand 50 is what is the number of items, purple is the color of the item, and the subject of interest is the laptop. You understand me? So some of these, like for example, 50 is a number. Number is already an entity that has already been taught to the AI because there is already a number entity there. Purple also is part of the color entity already taught to the machine learning there. Okay. So there are two types of entities here, pre-built entities. So you can see when I go to entities right now, these are all pre-built, you see? And then there's a closed list entity, or in this case, right, I don't call it closed list. The closed list, right, is also a type of entity, either regex or closed list, right? But these are all pre-built. Pre-built entities represent the most commonly used information such as age, colors, numbers, and names. So PVA bots recognize these automatically. But if none of these entities satisfy your needs, so you can create your own custom entity. Custom entities would be entities that you create. So while the pre-built entities cover most of the commonly used information type, sometimes you'll need to teach the bot language understanding model certain domain-specific knowledge. For instance, you may need to create a custom entity for your product types, which your bot doesn't understand. Okay, so certain type of products or certain type of information that the built-in one doesn't have, you need to teach your bot. Okay, so now you also need to understand about something known as smart match and synonyms. Okay, now smart match, right, provides the flexibility to let the bot try to match the user input to an entity that is a near match but not really a perfect match. Smart match is try to do a best bet, right? It's not an exact match, but try to be clever in trying to match as close as possible. Okay, now specifically, it allows the bot auto correct any misspellings, and they expand the matching logic semantically. Now, for example, they will automatically match the word softball to baseball because it's something like a match, softball and baseball. Or like I say, if you type their football, they may want to match soccer with it. Okay, so you can turn this off or on. So if you can turn this off if you need a match to be perfect. But by default, if it's turned on, means they're using smart match. Okay. Now the next one is synonyms. Synonyms allow you to recognize that something the user type, it is meaning the same with some other options you have. For example, if the user type there free shipping, you can also add a synonym called complementary shipping. Okay. Then maybe for another one called expedited shipping, you can add maybe 2-day shipping or overnight shipping. It's just like the word aeroplane. You can add a synonym of airplane, right? Or aircraft. You understand me now? So certain words, certain nouns that you provided, you can add synonyms so that people enter any form of words that may be synonymously analogous to the name that you provided in the entity. Okay. So let's start experiencing creating our first entity. Okay, so we have roughly around 15 more minutes before our lunch time. So I'm going to break for lunch at 12:30, right? So let's create our first custom entity. So make sure that you're in entities here and click new entity at the top. Okay, now we're going to create a closed list of entity, the simplest form of entity to create. So when I click on closed list, first, what is the entity name? Let's provide the entity name. Let's call it shipping option. Okay, shipping option. Oops. So the entity name is called shipping option. So we're going to provide a few options. So in the enter item here, I'm going to call it, let's say, standard shipping. Okay, add. And you can see add synonyms right after that. Okay, can you see smart matching is turned on? That's called smart match. You turn off means, okay, they need to match exactly. But smart matching by default is always on. That's the one that I told you just now, smart match. Okay, so I want to add another one called expedited shipping. And finally, I want a store pickup. You can pick up from store or standard shipping or expedited shipping. Now, each one of them has a synonyms, right? Okay, so for, let's say, standard shipping, I want to add a synonym. Click plus sign, add synonym for standard shipping. So what is other synonymous name for standard shipping? Maybe I call it free shipping. Add. Another one, maybe let's say complimentary shipping. Okay, 2 synonyms to standard shipping. Done. It's all here. Okay. So for expedited shipping, let's add synonyms also. For expedited shipping, this one can be say as same day shipping. Okay. Or same day guarantee delivery. Okay. Or overnight shipping. Or fast shipping. What else? Or 1 day shipping. These are synonymous to the expedited shipping. Okay, so if you did not catch this, let me just copy this list, right, okay, and show you in the meeting chat so at least you can follow. This would be the synonyms for the expedited shipping. Click done. And the store pickup will be simple. Store pickup, the synonym will be store space pick space up. Maybe some people type pick up as a separate word, store pick up, or ship to store, or self pickup. Sometimes people do self pickup, or might be called in store. So this will be for the store pickup synonyms. So I'll give you 2 lists of that. So smart matching all turned on already. Just click on save, right? So please save the entity. So we've created our own custom entity containing 3 standard list items. Each of the item we do have some number of synonyms. Okay, close list type saved successfully. We can close it. Click the close button. And you can see we got our shipping option as our entity at the top. Okay, so let us now create a topic and see how we make use of the entities, yeah? So go back to topics and let's create another new topic. And let's call the topic shipping options. So the topic name also kind of match the entity name. Now let's add 5 trigger phrases. Remember, these are 5 trigger phrases, and these trigger phrases, right, can also be matched with the entity. They try to do a match with the entity. So I'll just put there, what are my shipping options? What are my shipping options? Okay. Can I have free store pickup? You don't need the question mark, yeah? Just type that only. And can I get free shipping? Or do you provide same day shipping? And finally, how much does shipping cost? All right. These are the 5 trigger phrases. Let me also do a screenshot and share with you the 5 trigger phrases in my topic. So the 5 trigger phrases are here. I quickly save the topic first. The topic has one error. What error is that? Add a bot message. Oh yeah, we haven't got a message anyway. Okay, we haven't got any message. So let's add a message. Okay, let's add a message. So immediately provide a first message. Right after you type this, right, the first message will be, we just put there, we provide different shipping options to help you get your order as fast as you want. Like this. This is the message. So now we can click save. Let me zoom in. These are the trigger phrases, and that's a message. That's the first message once this topic was triggered. Now, please bear in mind that this topic is designed, right, to work with the entity. The entity contains 3 possible options. It's a closed list, right? So this is where I'm going to start asking the question. Add a note, ask a question now. The question is, which shipping, of course, we ask which shipping method do you want? Okay. Which shipping method do you want? So that is why now from here, okay, now, which shipping do you want? Now, I can also use the username. Watch this. We ask, we know this is, let's say, my name, right? So first of all, in front, I just put in the variable. Can you see? I can still see the bot variable called username, bot.username. This was the variable I promoted to be on a bot level. So that is why in another topic, I can still access the username. So username, comma, which shipping method do you want? See, it's like asking Gerald, which shipping method do you want? So become a bit more personalized. When your bot addresses the user by the name, right? Usually it becomes a bit more personalized for them. You want this personalized experience for all your bot users. Okay. So that's why I make use of the variable, this variable name, which shipping method do you want? And now in this multiple choice options, right? Check this out. Now let's see whether you can search for our entity here called shipping, shipping option. Or just now when you slowly scroll down, you can see shipping option. That's our newly built entity. We select shipping option, identifying that the question the user will pick from the number of options from my entity here. Okay, shipping option. So in the shipping option here, right? Now let's click on select options for users. So when I click select options for users, these are the 3 items available. Remember, you must click select option for users because it's a closed list of 3 items. So I can say display this, display this, display this. All 3 are displayed. Look at that. You check all 3 to display it. 3 possible options from your entity. So the list items defined in the entity, they are shown so that you can pick, okay, and select the 3 options for the user. So the user will be presented with the 3 buttons for them to click. And let's change the name of the variable. Click the pencil here. Change the name of the var to shipping method. Just call it shipping method. Okay, that's it. It's called shipping method. So which shipping method do you want? And of course, after the user pick one of these, you know very well the next note to add is a condition, right? All this condition here. So in the condition right now, okay, so you can see we got 3 shipping options, okay, but they only give 2 condition. So here also you can still add a note, right? And you can say add a condition. There, you see? So now it comes with 3. You see that? because they only by default add 2. You know very well we got 3 items, right? So we need 3 conditions. One is all, the other one we test again. So the same variable we test, shipping method. These are also shipping method. So the first shipping method we test, okay, will be equal to our standard shipping. Okay, the first one is standard shipping. Okay, or maybe the standard shipping we don't need to do anything. So let me just pick expedited shipping. I change it to expedited shipping. The second one is equal to store pickup. The all other conditions is the free one, the standard shipping. So we first evaluate expedited shipping. Okay, now remember, the other standard shipping is now under all other conditions. Am I right? So we can actually leave the standard shipping to be covered by this all other conditions. But remember, yeah, this is risky, yeah, because the user could type anything and they arrive at the answer for standard shipping. So you have to create one more conditional branch. This is actually usually recommended, yeah. Okay, even though the remaining one, right, standard shipping should be covered under all conditions. But do you know what? The user sometimes don't want to pick this. The user try to be funny and type something else, you see. So they will always arrive under standard shipping. So that's why I still need to add one more condition. See? And this variable same shipping method equal to now standard shipping. So all other conditions, we try to handle errors for that. Okay, so here I just want all 3. Okay, so now for the all other condition other than 3, right, we will transfer it to an agent. We just directly end the conversation, transfer to agent. That means transfer, redirect to a human. Okay, so when you say transfer to agent, you're going to type in the message, right? So the message will be, let's see here, hang on first. I think transferring to an agent, I just need to type the message. Okay, we will, I shall transfer you to customer service agent now. Just that, just entertain the guy, right? Transfer it to agent. Or in this case, this transfer agent, right, is a handoff to agent, right, which will set a private message to agent. Okay, so this is a private message to the agent, not to the user. So when I transfer to agent, right, I'll just say that, okay, please help this user in his shipping, in his shipping method. So this is a private message directly to the human user. Please help this user with his shipping method. Okay, this is the last one. Transfer to agent when all other conditions. If it's not all these 3 options, I immediately transfer to an agent. Okay, let's finish up this one before we go for lunch. The first one, expedited shipping, I add a message, show a message. This one also all show a message. Show a message, all 3. So the first one for expedited, right? So we type that here. You can enjoy expedited shipping at $10. Maybe we can highlight this one, bold it. The $10 also bold it. You can do that. Okay. Full stop. You are guaranteed. No more bold. Hang on. Don't bold it. You are guaranteed to receive it. Okay, colon. I put in a bullet point on the same day, bold. If you place order before 12 p.m. Next point will be on next business day if you place order after 12 p.m. Something like that. Okay. So let me copy and paste all the text, okay, for the expedited shipping, store pickup, and all that. So let me just do a screenshot for you. This is for expedited shipping, the message. Okay. There's a message for expedited shipping. Then the store pickup message. The store pickup message will be this one. I have it into my notepad script here. And finally, the standard shipping, right? Okay, will be this. There you go. Okay. So for store pickup, I put there pre-order pickup allows you to order items online and pick them up at your local store. It will take up to 24 hours for your order. Okay, for your order to get ready. Please wait until you receive a pickup notification email before you go to the store to pick up your item. All right. So the last one, standard shipping. We provide standard, we call it free standard shipping for all others, for all orders. It takes 3 to 7 business days for delivery, depending on your location and items ordered. Okay, done. So these are all the messages, okay? And under the expedited shipping here, let's end the conversation with a survey. That's it. You just do this, okay? And the rest, please grab it. You know what to do. Click the plus note here, drag and connect to here. This one also click the plus sign, but grab the dots and connect to here, okay? And this one also transfer to the agent, right? I think that one should be okay, right? So just for the transfer to the agent, this one, okay, you can see once transfer to agent, there's no way to add anymore. So it's the end already, hands off already, okay? So there's no way to link it to another conversation. So only these 3 guys link the note to the same end of conversation. That's it. We save this bot, save this topic. Okay, so you can immediately test your bot, you can test your bot right now. And I'm going to open up the variable watcher here. Okay, so in the variable watcher, so let me now start typing shipping options. Just type like that. So see whether the trigger, you can see that the trigger. So they ask you, what is your name? Okay, they also ask what is the name. Because you can see from here, they ask for bot username, see? So even though, right, okay, they never asked me what is your name here, but this what is your name, okay, was triggered from a different area, okay, different location. The bot remembers the username from the previous topic, so they will need to fire, okay, the name of that topic, right, in order to pick up your name. So they ask you what's your name, so I just put in my name, okay. So you can see the bot username is now shown here. So then that's why they can ask Gerald, which shipping method do you want? So in my case, if I choose, let's say, store pickup, so you can see they will link me to the store pickup. Okay, and That's the end. Did that answer your question? As you say yes, and then there's 5-star, and you say no thanks. Okay, so the variable watcher, right, allows you to specify and see slot filling. Okay, how they fill up the information, okay, using the variable values. That's called slot filling. And then the entities actually provide us with the predefined items, okay, that actually represents the options available for the user to pick from the bot. Okay. So what about test one more time? What about I type here fast shipping? Okay, but this is actually a synonym. So let me trigger first. I'll trigger shipping options. So they trigger it again. Okay. So again, they ask me for my name. Now this time I put in, let's say, David. Enter. So you say, David, which shipping method do you want? So here I'm not going to click any one of this. I try to type the name, which is a synonym. I type there fast shipping. I don't even bother clicking the option. I just type fast shipping. When I press this, you can see they bring me directly to the option of expedited shipping because that's a synonym of expedited shipping. So that means the synonym works. I remember I put fast shipping as a synonym of expedited shipping. And do you know that, let's say now I reset, do you know that the synonym can also be used in my trigger phrase, even though my trigger phrase, right, only talk about this. There's no fast shipping there, right? So let me show you now. If I go and write, do you provide fast shipping? Remember, this is resetted already. I just ask, do you provide fast shipping? And see whether it will trigger or not. When I click this, can you see this? They really does trigger, even though the word fast shipping, right, was never part of this, but also because due to the fact that I've got the word shipping here. Okay, you can even type the synonym name, right, the synonym to be part of a trigger phrase. So that is actually called the entity extraction. The entity extraction is a feature, the AI feature behind Power VA that allows you to even use the synonyms, right, and maybe possibly match them in your trigger phrases, even though your trigger phrases may not have that word. Okay, so it does trigger for me. Okay, let me reset again, and I try to do you have in store like this? In store was also never part of my trigger phrase, but does it trigger right now when I press enter? Yes, it does trigger because the word in store, right? You see, it immediately shows me free order pickup allows you to order items there. See, this is directly jumping straight away to store pickup. Can you see, even though I trigger, when I ask, right, the trigger phrase triggers it and immediately skips everything directly to in store, which is a synonym for store pickup. Can you see that? So they don't even need to ask you what's your name and whatever. I just ask, do you have in store? When it matches a synonym, right, they immediately jump me straight away to the message. They skip asking me the name. They skip asking me the options of the pickup because in your trigger phrase, you already mentioned in store. Okay. So that's actually the power of it. So they can skip the conversation flow. Doesn't mean that you have to always follow the same flow. But if they can find the answer, okay, which is part of the option, they treat as if you already know the option. They don't even need to ask you for what option to pick. They jump straight away to the message and tell you about it. So this is a smart match type of bot. Okay. So they're not going to be so stupid when you ask, do you have in-store, right? They still ask you what's your name and which shipping option do you want, ask you to pick again. They're not that stupid. So in the case where your trigger phrase already contains the synonym name of one of the option, that means the bot presumes you already know what method you want. So no point asking you the method and getting cursed by the user. So immediately jump straight away to the answer of the method, right? So this is really, really smart. Okay. Okay, cool. That's about it for this slot filling, usage of variables and entities. Okay. So just nice to go into looking at the integration of Power Automate flows into our Power VA. All right. Now, before this can be achieved, right now, there is a little bit of setup that we need to do. Okay. So most importantly, right, is that the PVA Express solution must have been imported already into the environment. So I still have my Power Apps open up here. So take a look at the solutions. I've got my PVA Express already imported. And when I click to enter the solution, I can see these are the artifacts already imported. All right, so let us check this again. So you can see that I do have one flow called get order info by email. I've got another flow called create data in device orders, and I got a return item. Okay, so this is actually the three flows being created. Now, I need you to go and launch create data in device order first. All right, so click on that. They will open up the flow information. This is going into the flow called create data in device orders. Now, I need you to run this flow. Okay, we need to run this flow, right? So that it will create some sample data into our device order table. Because part of the solution also, I have created a table called device orders in the Dataverse database. Okay, so I'm just going to click on run one time here at the top. You can see run button. And immediately what I can do is I'm going to click on continue here. And then after that, I'll click run now. So, okay, so the run is successful. I click done. And here you can see the flow in the 28-day run history. The flow is running right now. So I can click the timeline here. Okay. So then you can see that it is here. Okay. All right. So it is now running and it has been successful. Okay. So you can see that this is actually a manually triggered flow. Then the flow design says they will search for the users and they're going to apply to each. Inside here, they're going to get the user profile, add a new row into the Dataverse. So you can see that this is actually the outcome, right? So now the flow ran successfully. If I click back here, right, I'm going to return to here and I can see my device order table. I go click the table to view to see records being added. All right, so you can see that I've inserted one row. Look at that. Okay, so my name created on today's date and time. And you can see customer phone, the device name. All right, so some records are being entered, the device order ID. So this is just to input one row, add one row into the table. Okay, now apart from this, right, I also want to look at the flows. One flow called get order info by email. If I open up this flow and look at the design of this flow, now since we are not learning about Power Automate directly, so we are just referring to one of the flow that has been provided. So let's go into edit the flow and check out the design of this Power Automate flow. So we can see the trigger is by Power Virtual Agents. Look at that. The first block here, it shows a trigger. So this trigger shows, right, from Power Virtual Agents, one input is needed. The input is a variable called customer email. That means from Power Virtual Agents, I need to provide a customer email. Then only they start the action in this flow. Number one, they go into Dataverse, go into the table called device orders. Then they create a data operation called compose. They're going to compose, okay, using an expression to list out the rows from the table, right? Then the return values back to Power Virtual Agents is they read the row from the database table and they return the device name, the customer email, order number, order date, price, whether it's warranty, action, and customer phone. These are all info that they read the record from the database, okay, the Dataverse table, and then they return it back to Power Virtual Agent. Okay, now this is, I can tell you to simulate how that through the chatbot, right? When you enter and provide your customer email, they're going to find for your record in the backend storage. In our case, it's going to be a device order table. And if they find that particular record, they're going to return the information and display as an answer or a reply from the chatbot. Okay, so this is actually one simple example here. All right. So what we're going to do right now is, okay, let me just go back. Okay, stay here, but returning to our topic. I want you to return to the topic of the return items topic. Go back to the return items topic. Sorry, not shipping options. It's the return items topic. I click on it. Remember, this topic was the one that they ask you about what is the purchase price. If it's greater than 2,000, we just show them the mailing address. If it's greater than 2,000, then we just ask them to bring along the items, and we relate it to whether they know the store location or not. If they say true, just end the conversation. If they say no, then I'm going to link it to or redirect to another topic, which is to obtain the store location. This was the earlier design. Okay, so now when we go into the design of this, right now we want to add on more things here. Okay, now especially for the part whereby the purchase price is less than 2,000. First of all, we just reply them with a message. You can return the items by mail to this address. Okay, now I'm going to delete the end of conversation. Click triple dot here, delete, because I do not want to end the conversation now. I want to add on, continue from here. When the purchase price is less than 2,000, okay, we want to continue to ask another question. So delete the end of conversation, and I'm going to add ask a question. Okay, after we tell them that, yeah, you can return by mail, right? But right now, what is the question to ask? Now, I'm going to ask them to please enter your email address so I can look up your order and generate a return authorization code, okay, for you, something like that. Okay, so this will be the input. So let me just copy this text and paste it into the meeting chat so you guys can also copy and paste into the question. Okay, so now, because we are expecting the user to input an email address, so in the identify here, we want to refer to the built-in entity called email. There's a built-in entity called email, which is to verify email addresses. This is to ensure that what the user enters is formatted as a valid email address. If they enter something else, right, it will ask again and again until they add a correctly formatted email address. All right. So in the save response as, again, the variable, I'm going to change the name of the variable. I call it customer email address. Okay, customer email address. And that's it. Save the topic. That's the new variable. So this, we will then use the email address in Power Automate action that looks up their order. So this email address will be used as an input into the Power Automate flow. Then we use the email address to match in our Dataverse table to find if there are any possible orders from this email address. And then we'll use another Power Automate flow to generate a code, the authorization code that will be returned by Power Automate. Okay, so far it's going to be like this. So now, the next task, this is where we're going to invoke and fire the flow. Okay, so when we click add the node after this, now I want you to see that there is a call and action. The call and action is where you can then see all the flows from your Power Automate. Can you see the return item flow? Can you see get order info by email? This is the flow that I want to fire. Get the order info by the email. So I select the flow name, and you can see these are all the outputs from Power Automate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Look at my Power Automate just now. Get info by email. When I go into the design, edit, remember the return values, right? Can you see this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, correct. This is the entire 7 outputs returned by Power Automate flow. And here, they automatically understood that Power Automate flow gives me these 7 outputs, which these 7 outputs are mapped to the output variable. The names are exactly what was returned by the flow. Okay, so please ensure that you select the correct flow. So the Power Automate flow tells you what inputs it needs. You see, look at this. Power Automate inputs, they require customer email. So this custom email get the value from your variable, customer email address. Remember the email that the user enter is saved into this variable. So then this variable is the one that you set as the input for the Power Automate flow. And then after that, finish execution of the flow, they return 7 outputs. So please ensure that you add, all right, in the drop down, the name of the variable customer email address that will serve as the input to the flow. Okay. So then now, because they are giving me 7 outputs here, now I can click a plus sign and add show a message. In this message reply, I'm going to output here. So this is where I'm going to put it. Okay. Let me just copy and paste something like this. Okay. I think I cannot copy and paste here. Now, I think you just slowly follow me what I'm going to type here. We just put it here. Here are your orders, order details. Okay, order details, colon. So I'm going to put it into a point form. Here are your order details. Let me zoom in so you can see better. First one, device name, colon. Okay, after that, email, colon. The order number, colon. The order date, colon. The price, colon. And the warranty, whether active or not. Warranty active. So all these are the labels, okay? All these are the labels. And each of the label, right, I want to display the information. So now place the cursor back to device name, colon. After the colon, I'm going to pick the variable here. Look at the variable. So this is device name. So look for device name. Email, colon, space. Choose the variable for email, customer email. So in this case, okay, the customer email will be the one that is returned. So customer email. Order number, space. Choose the order number. Order date, okay, space. Choose order date. And price, space. Now the price here, right? I think we can actually go and just put in the price. Drop down here, price. And warranty active or not, we're gonna click on is warranty active. Okay. So let me just show you. I think I need to turn off this thing here. Turn off that. So this will be the ultimate. So at the end of the device name colon, you use the variable. The variable stores the output. What is the device name? So they're going to place label name, the device name, label name, and then the email. Order number label is the order number value. So all these, you pick it from here in the drop down, the variables. All the returns are from here. Okay. So I'm going to stay put here for a minute so that you guys can follow. I think I can actually make it larger, I think. No, I can't make it larger. Last time there used to be a way, okay, for it to make it larger, like pop it out. Okay, never mind. Okay, it's got to be like this. So make sure you match the label. Order number is order number. Order date is order date. Price is price. Warranty active, right? The variable is called is warranty active. It's a true or false, I believe. So this will be the output where Power Virtual Agent bot here will read the information returned by the Power Automate flow. So once you display to the user, here are your order details. I'm going to add another note to ask a question. The next question to ask, right, is would you like to return the item? Would you like to return the item? Question mark. And then it's going to be a Boolean, true or false only. Okay, they will say either yes or no. Okay, and the variable name, I'm going to choose the name called confirm return. Confirm return. It's the variable name. Confirm return. So I quickly save the topic. So here are your details. And I ask, would you like to return the item? And because you're asking, would you like to return true or false, right? I'm going to add a condition. The condition to check the variable for confirm return. If it's equal to true, or whether it's equal to false. Okay, I check for false first. If it's equals to false, if say no, that means you're not going to return. If it's false, then I just end the conversation. End with the survey. That's it. Only when the user say, no, I don't need to return it. Okay. But any other actions here, right, means if they say, yes, I want to return, any other condition, I'm going to call another action. The action to call, right, is to run this return item flow. There is already a flow that is to really perform the action to return item. Now, check this out. I'm going to show you the design of the return item flow. This is the one. Just now, the flow was get the order info. Now it's return item. If I click edit here, you can see again, the input from Power Virtual Agents, they need the order number and they need the customer email to process the returning of the items. Then they initialize and create a variable called return code. The return code, right, is that they do a concatenation. Okay, they will concat the code. Okay, starting with the string RMA dash and then a GUID. This is the authorization code to return. Okay, then they update the row in the device order. What are they updating? They're just updating the RMA column, right, to issue a return code. Whatever return code that has been generated for you, they will just update the row together with the RMA column. Okay, the RMA column is actually to represent, okay, the return. It's a return code. All right. Then they return the values to Power Automate. So this is the return code also will be displayed to by the Power Virtual Agent bot. So this is the flow. Okay, and that is why when we now call the flow, they require order number and customer email. So order number, definitely you pick from order number. Okay, customer email, you pick from the customer email address. The two variables, these are all from the variables. We use it as an input, and the output is a return code. Okay. So if they say, yes, I really want to return the item, then they will run the flow to process the return item by generating a return code. And then with this return code here, I am going to show a message. The message is to display the return code. So just put there, thank you, right? I have initiated your return request. Okay, here is the return confirmation code, colon, right? And then you choose the return code. This will be the message. Thank you. I have returned your return request. I've initiated your return request. Here is the return confirmation code. So you paste the variable of return code, which is the output by the flow. All right. So I hope that you guys can really see the flow of this conversation within the topic. Okay. So the topic is about return items. So they first of all check the price of the purchase, whether it's less than 2,000 or greater than 2,000. If it's greater than 2,000, right, then they will ask them to return directly to the store, and they have to call the get location and all that. But if it's less than $2,000, right, then they say that they can return by mail. But at the same time, when they return by mail, let me just move up a bit. Okay, when they return by mail, they're going to ask them to key in the email address so you can look up the order. So then what is done is that they make use of the email address, runs the flow to find the record from the table and returning all the device order information that matches the email. And they show that message to the user. Then they continue to ask a question, would you like to return the item? Yes or no? If no, I change my mind, I don't need to return anything, just end the conversation. But if it's a yes, then I'm going to run another flow to start initiating the return item process, whereby they need the order number and the email address. Now, based on that, they're going to generate a unique return code. This return code is going to be updated into the database table. At the same time, they will display the return code. Now, having said so, the RMA code, right, is going to be updated with this. So let me go back and choose to show the device order table. This is my current record, one and only record in there. Okay, I want to show other columns. For example, I'm going to look for the RMA column. There you go. I can see RMA, I just save. So I want to display one extra column RMA here. There you go. Currently, the column has got no data, right? So if I would say I want to return this, right? So the flow is going to generate a column, the RMA code, and they're going to make the code updated into this row. So I'm going to stand by here, right, and make sure that the flow is able to update this record for me with the authorization code. Okay, so that's it. So once this is done, right, I'm going to add another message. Thank you already. I've initiated code. Add another message. Show a message right after this. Just say that confirmation email with shipping instructions will be sent to you. That's it. Then end the conversation with a survey. Okay, that's it. This is the end. So your entire topic design will be like this. So just click on save. Remember, the final message is just a sample. We are not really initiating to send an email. You can do so with another Power Automate flow. You can create another flow, right, that will send an email together with the confirmation of the shipping address and whatnot. And then you can just call an action and fire that Power Automate flow to really initiate sending an email. But right now, we just simulate. It's just a sample message. Okay. So like I said, that it's up to you to challenge yourself by building your own Power Automate flow to send emails through your chatbot. It can be done. Okay. All right. So it's going to be time for us to test the conversation. Okay. So we need to initiate a test. Once you save it, remember, right, you click go back here, right, and then you're going to click on test your bot. So we're going to do a test right now here. So we also want to turn on track between topics here. Now, track between topics means, right, when a topic redirects and move to another topic, they will also bring you there. All this while, we never turn on track between topics. So when they jump to a new topic, we were never brought there, you see. We need to manually click. So I want you to turn on track between topics, turn it on. So that when one topic jumps over to a new topic, they also follow the flow. Okay. So once you turn on, now let's initiate. Type there, I want to return a product. Okay. So you can see they start initiating from here. Look at that. So that's exactly that. So sorry to hear that you're not happy, blah, blah, blah. What's your name? So I'm going to type in my name, enter. So then they also start asking me, what was the purchase price of the item that you want to return? Now, this is where I want to initiate, right, less than 2,000. Okay, I'll just put it 1,000. Okay, so in the variable, you can see these are the variable watcher. The variable watcher is showing you all this. So the username has got it. Now I type 1,000, and the purchase price is also set to 1,000. So you can see now they jump to this part. Okay, so now they ask, please enter. You can return items by email, by mail like this, right? But they continue to ask, please enter email address. So my email address, right, okay, will be entered, okay, with the same email of this subscription. So which is Gerald at pvaexpress.onmicrosoft.com. Okay, so that's my email address. Make sure that it's a valid one. If you enter an invalid, they will keep on asking you. Okay, so when I press this, so you can see the customer email address is shown here. Can you see now the jump here? Can you see that the flow runs super fast and immediately, can you see? they show me the order details. Here are your order details. You see the device name is shown. That's my email address. Order number is this. Order date is this. Okay. And then also price is 899.99. Warranty active, true. So would you like to return the item? So I say yes now to return the item. When I say yes, they're going to fire a different flow. You see, they jump to here. They update the topic. Okay. You can see there. Here is the return confirmation code. The code is RMA dash and then a GUID. And this GUID, let me switch over to my table here. I just do a refresh. Okay, I just need to do a refresh of this screen. And I want to see whether the RMA code has been updated onto the table. Okay, let's go over. Yes, the RMA code finally updated into the database. There you go, it's here. Okay, so that's the end of the conversation. So I just say yes, give a rating, and then say no thanks. Okay, so you can see that they jump between one topic to another. So you can see they also show you now the goodbye topic. So that's called thread between topics. When one topic needs to redirect and jump to a different topic, they will follow the flow of your test, and they go and show you the design of the topic, and they show you where they are executing, which step in the topic that they are executing. Okay. So this is a very good example of how a flow can be used, right, to invoke a flow. I mean the chatbot, right, which has a call of action, which is used to invoke a Power Automate flow. The flow is going to help you perform something, either connecting to a database and read information and return the information, right? Or you can input an information used to update, right, the database table, right? And that's the action what your chatbot can do. So chatbot naturally themselves does not have an action to deal with the back end. So what they do is that they rely on Power Automate flows to do that. Okay. So Power Automate flows are very, very highly integratable. Okay, so they are integrated almost everywhere throughout the entire Power Automate, throughout the entire Power Platform. So you have now created a bot which can submit and retrieve information from a database on behalf of the user. Okay. So our next exercise, we will learn how to write our own Power Automate flow. This is the only topic where you will learn how to create a Power Automate flow of your own, because this exercise shows you how we call an existing flow. The flow was packaged together with my solution that you deploy, okay, that you import. So after this, we're going to learn how to write our own flow, right? After that, invoke it from your chatbot. Okay, any questions here? Are you guys okay? Able to follow? Okay, so this is the end of this exercise. We're going to continue. The next exercise is a continuation where we're going to build our own Power Automate flows for your chatbot, because you never experience how to build a flow which will be used directly by the Power Virtual Agent bot. Okay, so remember, previously it's just invoking an existing bot. Right now, we're going to create a new Power Automate flow, and then we're going to create a new topic that can invoke the flow. Okay, so now in this scenario, what we're about to do now, you will be creating a new topic, okay, for this bot. Now, this topic is to handle customer issues with their devices, okay, whatever device that they purchase. Now, this is to simulate a customer buying some certain device, either tablets or smartphones or PCs or laptops. Okay, so in the topic, right, the chatbot will collect information such as, again, customer's name, their email address, what is the device, and a description of the issue, okay, of the problem. For example, the user can put there, oh, my device just won't start. Okay, so then a flow that you will create, right, will send these details as a message in Microsoft Teams to the user who handles these issues. So your flow is just going to be simple, is to route that particular issue, right? Routing the issue to a help desk personnel or a call center personnel, right? And this is actually going through Microsoft Teams. So before that, right, I am going to launch Microsoft Teams. Now, not the Teams that we are connected to this training, but in your subscription, we have Microsoft Teams as well. So I'm going to launch the web version of Teams. I click Teams here. They're going to ask me to download and install, which I am not going to do that. I will use the web version instead. You see? So I say use the web app instead. I'm not going to get the Windows app. Use the web app instead. So now I've got Teams launched here. So I've got a default team called PVA Express, right? And I'm just going to stand by here. Okay. And we also need to prepare a new entity. Okay. A new entity, just like our shipping option. Now we got a new entity to show a list of all the device manufacturer. Okay. Remember this particular topic, right? It's actually a continuation from my one of my Power Platform end-to-end discovery workshop, where in that workshop, okay, we talk about how Power Apps, Power Automate, Power BI, all three in one. How we create an app, right, to perform the ordering of a device, the processing of a device purchase, okay, and then the Power Automate is to help authorize purchases, okay, as well as updating the Dataverse data table, right? And Power BI is used to generate a report of all the purchases, all approved and rejected purchases requests. So that's actually the scenario, and this content of mine for this Power Virtual Agent is also an add-on to that particular workshop. All right. So please take note that the purchase that we're talking about is ordering devices, laptops, PCs, tablets, smartphones, all that. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do right now is to go into the entities. Let's close the test bot. I want all of us, okay, to be able to follow this. We're going to have 9 manufacturers. So I'm going to click on new entity here. Let's create a closed list entity. The name of the entity, I'm going to call it device manufacturer. If you have a fixed list of names, right, now you can actually create it as an entity. So let's enter one by one. So beginning with Acer, we got Asus, we've got Dell, HP, I've got Microsoft, we've got Lenovo, we will have Samsung, we've got Sony, and finally Toshiba. So 9 of them. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Yep. 9 manufacturers. Starting from A to Z. Acer, Asus, Dell, HP, Microsoft, Lenovo, Samsung, Sony, Toshiba. Now these are device names, so I don't think so they'll have synonyms. Okay, they have specific device names. So no need to put synonyms. Okay, they are brand names anyway, right? Okay, anyway, I'm just going to do a screen grab and show you the devices names. There we go. And now I'm going to click save. Okay, save the entity name first and then close the window. So now I've got a new device manufacturer entity here. Now remember, our topic that we are about to design that makes use of these device manufacturers, right, will be a topic regarding device complaints. Okay, that means issues or complaints submitted by our customers. So I'm going to create, back to topics here, create a new topic. The topic title will be called device complaints. Device complaints. It's a new topic. The trigger phrases, right? Maybe I just start with one. I have a problem with my device. That's it. Just one trigger phrase. You know, in real world, you need to add more. Okay. Any way that the user will start the conversation. So I just say, I have a problem with my device. That's the first trigger phrase and the only one. Let's start with that to save time and quickly save. Yeah, we cannot save first because we don't have a message here. So let's start a message. Again, the chatbot will say, I am sorry to hear that. Okay, let's put you in touch, okay, with a specialist for your device. Something like that. Just a simple, entertaining message. Save it. This will be the message. I am sorry to hear that. Let's put you in touch with a specialist for your device. Okay. So after we send them a reply like this, we got to ask them a question. Ask a question. So the question, of course, the bot, right, would want to find out more info about from you, right? So the first question usually asked is, can you please tell me what device you have? Okay. And this is actually identified by your device manufacturer entity. Remember the device manufacturer entity? Okay. In the device manufacturer entity, right? Now, you know that you got 9 options. So in the select options for users right here, you see all 9, right? Now, it's going to be crazy if you select to display all 9. There'll be 9 buttons, right, stretched very, very far, very long horizontally. So it's not feasible to place all this into a bot. So in this case, I'm not going to display any of the option. I let the user type themselves. Okay. So here, the response, I just want to store the variable. I just call this as device. Just call the variable device. That's it. This will store the name of the manufacturer. Okay. Make sure that whatever the user type here must match with the name options provided by the entity. Okay. And we store the response in the variable called device. Let's ask a second question. Okay. Could you please describe the issue you are having with this device? Just describe the issue. And the issue that they describe must be selected as a user's entire response. So the user might be typing very long sentence or maybe some grandmother story, you know. So the entire response, right, will be captured in this variable. Let us rename the variable. Okay, I will call the variable, let's say, issue description. Issue description. That's the name of the variable I store. Let me quickly save again. Anytime you got free time, once you finish something, just save it. Okay, so I ask a question, choose from the device manufacturer, not really choosing, but typing in, right? And then ask for the issue. And then after we ask a question, could you please describe the issue you're having? We store that already. Next one, I'm going to show a message. The bot is going to say this. Let me just, it's a long one, so maybe I can just copy and paste it into the meeting chat. So you guys can use that. So I also paste it here. So you can see, I type here, I can pass on these details to our specialist team who look after devices. Let me get some details from you so I can get the team to contact you. See? So they will now ask me a few more questions, information like the device. I mean, they don't know the device name already. Maybe they want to ask me for my email address and stuff like that. Okay, now when you see this is not done yet, place your cursor in between after and devices. I can pass on these details to our specialist team who look after what devices. I put a space here, right? So after the space here, I will put in the variable of device. Remember, the device stores the manufacturer, right? For example, if the user type there Samsung, then it will be who look after Samsung devices. If the user selected Dell, then after Dell devices. So it's just to let let the user know, okay, about, okay, yeah, I am having a device which is, let's say, Dell. So Dell is stored in this variable. So I let this variable as a placeholder to append it into the message. Okay, so if the user selected, let's say, Acer, so who look after Acer devices, make sure that you insert the variable in between the word after and devices. So now let me get some details from you, right? So let's ask another question. Let's add another question here. So first question is asking, what is your name? What is your name? Actually, the name, right, okay, we could have gotten that already, right? But then the name was stored in the username variable. But never mind. I just asked again, what is the name? So I can store it into a variable called customer name. So this is whereby I'm going to choose person name. I choose a person name entity. There's a person name entity, and the variable is going to be stored as customer name. Okay. Make sure that the entity, right, is person name. The variable is called customer name. Okay, after asking the name already, next question, what is your email address? Let's ask another question. Okay, what is your email address? Okay, an email address, obviously, we want to choose the email entity. There's an email entity to verify the validity of the email. And the name of the variable will be called customer email. Okay, customer email. So customer name, customer email, variable storing that. Okay, and I copy this text. Again, a new text for you to add, show a message. This message is, thank you. I have passed your details on to one of our specialists who will get in contact with you shortly. That's it. So they only ask two questions. What is your name? And then the email address. Okay, so maybe you want to do something like this. Thank you, comma, space, and you put in the variable of the customer name. So let's say, for example, my Gerald, right? So it'll be, thank you, Gerald. I have passed your details. So make it a bit, again, more personalized. So insert the customer name variable here. So to greet, to thank that customer. Okay, thank you, Michael, or whoever. Okay, so thank you, and then insert the customer name variable there. And that's it. We just end the conversation with a survey. And then we are not doing real work here. Okay, but soon we are going to create a flow that will do something. So save the bot, save the topic. So since we say that this user information, right, okay, is given, for example, the customer name and the customer email. Now we are going to draft, okay, or we're going to build a Power Automate flow in which the flow, right, is going to send the customer details to another user that simulates the help desk person. Okay, and this is where we are not sending an email. We want to send them directly as a chat message in Microsoft Teams, making it easier. All right. Now, to simulate that, right, I want to also send, I don't have another user, so I will be sending that, okay, into a private chat to me, to myself. Even though I might be the customer, at the same time, I simulate I am also the specialist, which I will receive a Microsoft Teams chat from the bot, okay, forwarding me the customer information. So now, this is going to be done in between. So go up a bit. Remember, after the question, what is your email address? Okay. Remember here, what is your email address, right? Before saying thank you and whatever, right? In between here, you click add a note to call an action now. That means before you say thank you, customer name, I add a new call and action in which in the call and action you are going to call create a flow, because these are flows which is not relevant to us. I'm going to click create flow. Okay, create a flow. They will launch a new tab bringing us to Power Automate, right? And this is called Power Virtual Agents Flow Template. Look at that. They've got a template already. It will start like this. Okay, so now I'm going to rename the flow. This is actually the name of the flow. So I'm going to call this as device complaint dash send Teams message. That's a flow name. Device complaint send Teams message. So trigger needs an input, return needs an output. So the first step of a flow is to provide what input shall be obtained from your PVA. So click add an input. It will be a text input. So the input name will be called device. Okay, manufacturer. That's the name of the input. All right. Now I'm going to add more input, another input, also text. This is going to be called customer name. Add another input, text also, customer email. And finally, add another text input called issue description. These are the 4 inputs required by from Power Virtual Agents, provided by Power Virtual Agents. So please enter your input, all these things. You don't need to worry because these values are provided from Power Virtual Agents. We just identify that there are 4 inputs coming in from Power Virtual Agents. Okay, so these are all the 4 inputs mappable to your Power VA bot from the topic itself. So if you guys are familiar with Power Automate, you should be able to navigate and move around easily. But if you have not, right, then you have to follow me closely. And it's advisable for you to, get trained, okay, in Power Automate or even Power Apps, all that, before diving into Power Virtual Agent, because many things revolve around the complete Power Platform family members. So before doing the output, in between, okay, we're going to add an action. After we got the input, let's add an action. Now, the action that I'm going to do, right, is to look for Teams. We filter here Teams, and I'm going to show you Microsoft Teams. You click Microsoft Teams, you're going to look for an action. Now, the action is called post. You type post. You can see post message in a chat or channel. This is the one that I wanted, so that the Power Automate flow will help you post a message in either a channel or a chat. So I'm going to click post message in a chat or channel. So we're going to sign me into Microsoft Teams using my current Office 365 subscription account. So you post as a bot. So it will post as the Power Automate flow bot. But post in, you want it to be in channel or a DM to the person. I want it to be a chat. Chat with Flowbot means this is going to be a private message, private chat between the Flowbot and the user. So in the recipient, I want you to hard code, type your own email address of this subscription. So Gerald at, and I can see my own pvaexpress.onmicrosoft.com. There you go. So here I have hard coded this recipient to receive the chat. So this is only for training purposes, but in real world, right, you need to direct it to a specific help desk personnel. So inside the body of the message, let me zoom in. you got to type like this, okay? A customer has reported an issue with their device, okay? Please contact the customer to discuss, okay? So now I put in name colon, then email colon, and issue colon. So the name colon here right now, you are going to insert a dynamic content here. So you can see that these are all inputs coming from there. So name will be customer name. Email here, you're going to put in customer email. Issue here will be the issue description. That's it. Okay. Now, please take note, the device manufacturer also, you got to put it here. A customer has reported an issue with their space. What device? So this is going to be device manufacturer. Take a look at my screen here. Okay, so let me just do a screenshot. I think it's easier for you to follow. This will be the screenshot inside the box, the message box. So a customer has reported an issue with their, let's say, Dell device. Please contact the customer to discuss. The name is who, email, and then the issue description. All are added as a dynamic content. So maybe we want to add a space in between all that. So here, press enter. This one, enter as well. So there'll be a space, okay, in between name, email, and issue. So make it a bit easier to read. So let's quickly save our flow. And output, there is no return values here. There's no output. So return value is there, okay? All right. So after you have saved already, the flow is ready, yeah? Now go back to your Power Virtual Agent topics here, right? So now click outside again, and you have to redo it again. In between here, before the thank you customer name, click add a note, call in action. Now they can refresh the list and you can see your flow call device complaint, send Teams message. That's the one. Select that. Can you see that there's no output, but they require 4 inputs. So the device manufacturer, you get it from the device variable. Okay. Customer name, get it from customer name variable. Customer email is customer email. Issue description is issue description. So that's how you map the input required by the flow using the variables produced in your chatbot in this topic. So again, save the topic. Okay. All right. So once it is saved, okay, with this, we can start testing it already. Okay, so let's test it. So what we're gonna do right now, right? Okay, is now since I already have my Teams here done. I'm already, standing by in my Teams, and I go to chats. I don't have any chat here, blank chat. Okay, and my flow is also done here. I can click back here, and I'm waiting for the flow to be invoked. So let's get back to my Power Virtual Agent, and I'm going to click test my bot. Okay, so first I'm going to start typing here. Okay, I have a problem with my device, and you can immediately invoke that. Say, I'm sorry to hear that. Let's put you in touch with a specialist for your device. Right? Can you please tell me what device you have? You see, they are not giving me any choices. I'm going to type there, let's say Samsung. Enter. So we can see now, could you please describe the issue you're having with this device? So let's just say that it won't start up. So that I can pass on these details to a specialist team who look after Samsung devices. Look at that. They replace it. Okay. Let me get some details from you. What's your name? I'm going to put in, let's say, my name. Let's put in dummy, John Doe. Okay. And what is your email address? Okay. So the email address, I just simply put in John Doe at something.com. It's a dummy email. Okay. We're not going to send email to this guy anyway, right? So I'm just going to click on send. And immediately you can see that my flow will run. See, they're updating the topic here right now. Thank you, John Doe. I have passed your details on to it. Did that answer your question? Just say yes, right? Answer the flow. Okay. So I'm done here, but let's check out my chat. Look at my chat in my Teams. I really got a Power Automate bot sending me a message. Look at the message sent to me by my flow. Look at that. A customer has reported an issue with a Samsung device. Please contact the customer to discuss. See, name is John Doe. Email is this guy. Issue, it won't start up. That's it. Okay. So complete. All right. So it is quite fast, in terms of the response that any flow invoked directly by the PVA chatbot. Okay. So when they say call and action, so the performance, right, I feel that is really faster compared to when I teach Power Automate itself. Every manually created flow, when I try to test it and run, let's say invoke trigger by a SharePoint or trigger by, let's say, Power Apps, let's say. That one is kind of slow, because they need enablement, sometimes up to 5 minutes before the flow can run. But right now, for Power Virtual Agents, right, it seems that the flow has a deep integration directly with Power Virtual Agents, right? So Power Automate with PVA, it's like a real like coffee made to your Nescafe, something like that. Okay, so the invocation of the flow is just intense. So you see, when I refresh here, you can see that the flow runs successfully. Deliver the message directly to the chat, okay, to me. So the customer name, email address, and what's the issue. Okay, so all these are handled by the bot. Okay, are you guys able to follow? All right, now we are closing into whatever sample that we have, all right, provided. So these are the exercises, okay, which are, firmly what we have, okay, to demonstrate in this one-day workshop for Power Virtual Agents. So we are closing into finishing, but of course we are still having a few more exercises, okay. But well, before the break, I would like to touch one more topic about how do we package, okay, our bot, right, and distribute our bot. So you're going to learn how to export a chatbot and after that import a chatbot into a new environment. So the scenario is that how do we move our chatbot across different environments? Now you are allowed to do that, you see. So for example, you may build your chatbot in a testing or development Power Platform environment. But then later on, you want to move it to a production environment. So maybe, right, before that development environment, you want to move to a testing environment. Testing environment done, right, again, you're going to move it to the production environment. Okay. So in this exercise, you're going to see a simple way on how we create a new chatbot. And then this chatbot, you want to add it to a solution. Now, you already know the answer since this morning. Okay, when you asked me the question about why do we add a solution? What is a solution in Power Platform? So you see both solutions, right, available in Power Apps and Power Automate. So let me close my Teams here for now. Okay, and you can see this is where I'm looking at the solutions list from my Power Apps. If you go to Power Automate, you can also see solutions, and it's exact content because both Power Apps and Power Automate, right, are connected to the same environment. Look at that, it's the same thing, all right? But in Power Automate, Power Virtual Agent, you don't see that, okay? So only Power Apps and Power Automate, right, they are like brothers and sisters whereby they are closely knitted to understand, okay, that they're connected to the same Power Platform environment. And in this environment, they're connected to the same Dataverse database. And because the solution is deployed to the environment, so they are showing the same list of environment. Okay, so we will be trying to learn how to create a chatbot and add it to a solution. It's just like in our Power Apps here, the solution of PVA Express. What is contained in there are a mixture. You see at the side here, they show there are 3 cloud flows, there are 2 connection references, and 1 Dataverse table, all packaged nicely into one solution. We call it a solution because it comprised of multiple types of Power Platform assets that will work together. Okay, and you want to deploy them as a single unit of work. Okay, so the answer to this, right, once you added a chatbot as one of the artifacts into a solution, it can then be exported and re-imported to a new environment. Okay, so now what we're going to do now, right, is I intend to create a new chatbot. Okay, and for this purpose, right, I think we shall try to simulate creating one environment and moving to this environment. Now, right now, my environment here, default. The default environment, right, okay, it's a managed environment. It's a production environment, okay? There are no other environments here. See, this is actually a newly rolled out view. Now, ultimately, I will still need to create a trial environment to simulate that's a development. So I'm going to go into my I'm in Power Apps here, guys. So I need to go to Power Apps. The setting button here on the top right, I go to Admin Center. This is the Power Platform Admin Center. So remember, you must be a global admin and you must be also an administrator for Power Platform. In order to come into here, you click Environments. See the default here, right? So actually, I already, but this is the PVA Pro. Let me sign out from this. Wait, hang on. I need to sign into the Power Platform environment of my PVA Express. Let me go to Power Platform dot hang on, admin dot powerplatform.microsoft.com. So sign into my PVA Express. So I'm now in the Power Platform Admin Center of my PVA Express tenancy. In the environments, I can only see one. I'm going to click New. Again, this time I'm going to create, I call it Dev. The environment is just called Dev. Region, I'll still stick to United States. The type is a trial. Okay, create a database for this environment. I say yes. The database is for Dataverse. You must have that. Okay, trial, Dev. You cannot create production anymore because based on trial, you can only have one single production. The production is our default. Okay, I click next here and I choose currency to be USD. Let me, by default, they detect it's MYR there. I look for USD. They don't follow the alphabets usually. Let's see whether it's US. Yeah, it's here, USD. All right. Deploy sample apps and data, no need, I just click save. So I'm creating a new dev environment. I will create our new chatbot inside the dev environment. Then later on, I'll show how I export it out from the dev, right? And then I import it into the production. So let me refresh right now and you can see ready. So my dev environment is ready. Okay, good. I'm done. So now in Power Virtual Agents, I click the new bot button. Okay, the new bot button. I'm going to click this new bot. Changing selector bot, unsaved. Okay, just say, I think it has been saved. Let me just stay first. I think it's everything safe. Like, it's okay. So I just click on new bot and I just click continue. So what's the bot name? Now let's create a bot, right? Call it let's call it deployment sample bot with a long name. Deployment sample bot. So this bot is just used, okay, to demonstrate deployment. Language is again English, United States. Now we select an environment, yeah. So we need to refresh here. Click the refresh environment, and you can see my dev. So I'm going to choose dev, which is from United States. My PVA Express is in Asia. So okay, I'm just going to choose dev. So this bot is going to be created in my dev environment. So just click on create. Make sure you create the new bot here, right, in our newly created development environment. I just call it dev. And I'm going to show you how to build a solution that will wrap your chatbot. Okay, because usually in this solution, if you find a solution in Power Apps, right, inside Power Apps, you can actually go and create. For example, let me go back here. If I choose one of the solution, for example, the Common Data Services default solution, this is also a solution. Inside the solution, you have many things here. You can see there, my Contoso bot or whatever, it's all here. Actually, you can create new, okay, and then you can choose, let's say, I think a bot. Maybe you could click more here. Under more, right? It is a bit difficult for you to find, okay, how you create a new bot that will be embedded directly here. So you can see, I can see chatbots here. But when you click new, bot is actually not under automation, not under dashboard, security. You can see this is not what we see from here. Okay. And maybe you can click add existing. If you choose add existing, right? Do we have anything about the bot here? Again, more, other, templates, nope. Developer, we don't have a chatbot. So you don't see the way on how this solution can manually go and add either an existing chatbot or a new chatbot. But this chatbot, right, called My Contoso bot, right, is part of it here. You see that? Okay, because this is actually the development environment. So ultimately, right, when you want to build a bot that is from one environment, you want to package it to a next environment, let me show you how. Because there's only way to do it inside your Power VA. So this is my deployment sample bot. Immediately, I want you to click the setting button. You can see general settings. In the general settings, right, check it out here. Export or import bot. That's the only way you do it. So use Power Apps solutions to export and import your bot between environments. So now I'm going to click on Go to Power Apps Solutions. When you click this, they're going to open up Power Apps. Again, it's Power Apps, you see. And these Power Apps, look at the environment, it's dev already. This solution that you see here, the list of solution with PVA Express is PVA Express default environment. That's why here, this environment does not have PVA Express because this is the dev environment. All right. So once you're in the environment here, make sure it's under dev, right? I create a new solution. Click new solution. Give the solution a name. So I'm going to call this as bot solution. I just call it bot solution. Or maybe, yeah, Contoso bot solution. Okay. The publisher, I just simply choose the default CDS default publisher. And the version is 1.0.0.0. All right. So I'm creating a solution first right now. Okay, Contoso bot solution, choose a publisher, create. Just make sure that you're in the dev environment. So the solution will be instantaneously created, but it's blank. You see, you are inside the solution, but there are no assets inside the solution. Okay. And when you click back here, back button, right, you can see Contoso bot solution is here. Okay. So clicking, going inside, again, like I mentioned, clicking, going inside, right, you don't find anything yet. So now let's try to see whether I can now add existing. And yes, I can see chatbot. Early one, how come I cannot see it? Or is it I'm a bit blind? I think because that this is a managed solution. I cannot simply add things here, see? I can't add existing. But if I were to go back here and move to, let's say, this other solution, when I click add existing, yes, I can see chatbot here. Hey, don't have. I thought I saw chatbot just now. It's a bit weird. Maybe it's due to the fact that I am dealing with a default solution. It's not a custom solution. I can't see, right? Unless, okay, I built a custom solution. This is a custom solution. Now, when I click at existing, I can see chatbot. New also, I can see chatbot. See, it is there. Okay, so right now I'm going to add an existing chatbot, and you can see your chatbot deployment sample bot. That's the bot for this environment dev. I select this bot and I click add. So you're now packaging this bot into this solution. Just hang on for a second. You can see now inside this solution, suddenly I have gotten all these entity and topic, because the chatbot is made up of entities and topics. So everything is packaged separately. Okay. And then you can see chatbots. There, one chatbot name. Chatbot subcomponents, they call it subcomponents. 14 of them are chatbot subcomponents. See, like the type is topic or entity. See, 2 bot entities and a number of topics. So, but all in all, I've got a chatbot also, deployment sample bot. You can see that the bot name is slightly larger in font. The rest of the subcomponents are smaller font. Okay. So you can see that this is how you wrapped, okay, or package your bot with the necessary artifacts into a solution. So now I go back to solutions, and then we're gonna export the solution. So what we need to do now is this Contoso bot solution. I check it, all right, and then I can click export solution right at the top here. Okay, but make sure you need to publish first, because whatever we added, right, the solution hasn't been formally published. So we need to publish first. Okay. After we publish, make sure that all customizations are published, and then only we can click next to export. Okay, so we can see right now it says it's published. Okay, so we can then click next. Okay, now what you see from here right now, when you click next, right, they're going to increase the version number to 1.0.0.1. When we started, it's 1.0.0.0, but now it says 1.0.0.1. Okay, now we can actually set it to 1.0.0.0. No problem, follow that. We don't want to increase the version number. But one thing that you need to understand is the difference between a managed solution, which is recommended, compared to unmanaged. Now, unmanaged solution, right, is a solution that when you import into a different environment, you still allow users on that new environment to be able to edit again, still make changes. Okay. But if you choose manage, means, right, you are going to move this solution into a production whereby people cannot change your items inside the solution. That was our PVA Express just now. Our PVA Express solution, once you import, it's a managed solution. That is why the zip file is with the managed. If you try to look at the contents of your zip file, you can see the name is with the managed.zip. All right. So since it's going to be production and I prevent changes, right, I'll choose managed. so that whoever imports this solution, right, the bots will no longer be able to edit. Nothing can be edited. It's really for production. I click export. Right, so let's wait for a while to export the solution. Once they export, they will then ask me to download the zip file, give a name to the zip file. Okay, so you can see that the Contoso solution bot exported successfully, right? And you can see the button there, download. You must download it, right? Click download button, and you're going to save as. I'm going to save as, put it into the same location of my PVA folder that I created for this training, PVA. So you can see that this was the solution that I asked you to download, PVA Express 1.0.0.1 that managed. So this one also has got the same name there, Contoso Bot Solution 1000 managed. So I just click on save at the same location. All right. So I have already exported and click the button download, and it's downloaded. So now let me show you how I import it into production. So what I need to do right now is I just need to ensure that here in the environment, I switch it over to the default environment. See, I switch back to my PVA Express. The default environment is my production. Can you see I've got my PVA Express? When I switch to dev, I don't see PVA Express. Production, which is my default, I can see PVA Express. So it's inside here now. I click import solution, where I need to browse for the file for my Contoso bot solution. And I click next and just import. That's it. It's just like this morning when you import my PVA Express solution. But my PVA Express solution contains 3 separate flows, 1 table, right? And also a couple of connection references. But right now, my simple solution here is to package a bot only. So after I exported it, now I import it into my production. So that's the only way on how you move between an environment. Okay, so wait for it to be imported. So remember, once it says it's imported, right, we will need to try to open up our bot. Okay, so we need to just sign into Power VA, okay, and choose the correct what do you call environment. So currently in my bot here, okay, in my Power VA website, I am still on my deployment sample bot. So you know what? Let me just go and switch my solution environment, right? You can see PVA Express default. Can you see? I already can see my deployment sample bot. Can you see that? I already can see it. Early on, I only got my Contoso bot French, Contoso bot Japanese. Now I see the 4th one, deployment sample bot, which was earlier from dev. You see here. Now I import it into PVA Express. I already can see it. So I can choose this bot. And now I'm opening the imported bot. So look at this, because the solution says imported successfully. That's why. Can you see the solution is here? Right? It's imported already. So in my PVA, I just open up my deployment sample bot. There you go. Okay. So this is the bot that I've already imported into my production environment. That's just a simulation for that. Okay. So this is just a simple topic, okay, that highlights to you about the way on how we can do a moving of the chatbot from one environment to another, because I do have people sometimes ask me, okay, so what, I've developed this bot, that bot, all that, right? But how do I, move or migrate the bot from one environment, switching it from a test environment to a production environment? So since Power Platform allows you to build different environments, targeting the test or development workload as opposed to the production workload, So it makes it easy for you to deploy that only one way, which is through a solution. Okay, you use a solution to package that. Okay. All right. So any questions on this? Okay. Yeah. Please do type out the questions into the meeting chat. All right. If you have any questions, just throw it out. Okay, if you have imported as managed, can we change it later to unmanaged again? No. Whatever that is exported as managed, right? That zip file is forever managed. You want unmanaged, right? You go back to the source, right? And export again. Now choose unmanaged. So two separate zip file, one managed, one unmanaged. The one that is managed, you cannot change it to unmanaged. The only way to do it, right, is export again and choose unmanaged. So maintain two separate zip file. One is the managed version, one is the unmanaged version. Whatever that is managed, no way to switch it. Export again. Okay. Like right now, I can do it again from here. I change it back to my dev. In my dev, right, this bot, I just this solution, I just select export again. Right. So when I export again, I click next. I just choose unmanaged, put in the version number and export. Okay. So one same solution can be exported as many times as you want, right? So, and if you want to differentiate that, you can then choose a different version. Okay. It doesn't stop you that, oh, one time exported, then in the future cannot export anymore. No such thing. You can export many, many times, switching between managed or unmanaged. But the zip file already is managed, cannot be changed. It is already managed. Nothing can be done. Okay. So that's your answer. Okay, now we shall go for a quick break because we are ending this soon. We have got one more lab exercise. Now, this is actually going to show you, right, how Power Virtual Agent can be a free license. No need to go and get a trial or whatsoever, but only within the context of Microsoft Teams, right? So you can you shall see how you can create a chatbot, right, directly in Microsoft Teams. It's just like building a Power Apps embedded in Teams, building Power Automate Flow embedded in Teams. All these things that you embed in Teams does not require you to have a premium plan or premium subscription because Teams is already part of your Microsoft Office. And the only way that Microsoft allow you to build free Power Platform artifacts inside Teams because it only operates within your Teams, right? And there's a limited scope. You're not going to be able to get them to run elsewhere. For the Power Apps, the app to run must be embedded in Teams. You cannot run it independently. Okay. For the Power BI as well, the report will be embedded in Teams. Right now, the chatbot also will be Teams bot. Okay, you talk to the bot directly in Teams. All right. And you cannot publish the bot and embed the bot in your own website or embed the bot in, let's say, Outlook. So this is really a chatbot for Teams. So it allows you to directly design and use within the boundaries of Microsoft Teams. What we are going to look at right now should be one of the last main exercise that we're going to have here. This is where I demonstrate, right, how Power Virtual Agents work within Microsoft Teams. So we're going to learn how to create a chatbot directly in Microsoft Teams. So which also means, right, okay, that we need to launch Microsoft Teams. So it's not going to use the Power Virtual Agents website. So I'm just going to click on here and launch Teams right again. So let's launch your Microsoft Teams in the web app itself. Okay, so let me just explain to you, right, okay, what is this all about? Now, Power Virtual Agents, as you know, Power VA is available as both a standalone web app. That was what we have been doing since morning. and also as an embedded app in Microsoft Teams. Now, most of the functionality, right, they are completely the same. But when you use Power VA as a Microsoft Teams app, it will only be available internally to your own organization. Now, this is an ideal solution if you want to create a chatbot to answer common internal questions posed by employees. So the chatbot is only for employee usage, particularly maybe like, for example, doing IT support area or HR area where there are a lot of frequently asked questions. So you can build a bot, okay, for internal usage. But if you want to create a chatbot for customers usage, and then you want to deploy on your website or any other communication channels, now you should still use the standalone web app. Okay, so that is the difference between the Power VA in Microsoft Teams compared to the standalone Power VA. But in this exercise, we will be adding the Power VA app directly to Microsoft Teams, and we can essentially create a chatbot for the employees of, let's say, Contoso here to get quick and easy answers to FAQs about the HR in the organization. So I'm just going to revolve our exercise around a scenario of HR. Okay, then you will also see how Microsoft Dataverse, right, for Teams can be used to create a table to store leave requests. Okay, so this is something like going through the chatbot, okay, to apply leave, and then this leave record will be updated into the Dataverse table. Okay, so both a Power App and chatbot will be built for users to submit their leave requests. So you can build a Power Apps, okay, which is an app for them to fill up, okay, the leave form. Or you can actually say, oh, I don't want to go through the app. I directly talk to the chatbot, ask the chatbot apply leave on behalf for me. You can do that, right? Now, this is also, right, okay, whereby my next GRC Express Series training, okay, which will be in November, okay, which will be the topic will be the Power Platform for Teams. This is where I'll teach, okay, I'll talk about how Power Apps, Power Automate, all also can be deployed and embedded within Teams. So this is a very convenient way on how to get Power Platform to be operable within your Microsoft Teams without having to apply and buy extra premium licenses. So everything that you need, right, is centered on the original Office 365 licenses. So you don't really need to purchase premium licenses. Okay. So for now, we're just going to talk about Power Virtual Agents in Microsoft Teams. So now you can create a new team, or in this case, I'll use my default PVA Express team here. All right. Now, then what we're going to do here is you can either create another new team so that you don't do everything here, or you can actually, use directly the company level team. So maybe, right, for our scenario, let's create a team. I click join or create a team here, and then we choose from scratch. Okay, create a team from scratch. And once we built a team from scratch, let's make it public. That means anyone in your organization can join this team. And I'm going to call this as human resources. So this represents, okay, the HR team. All right, and I'm going to click create here. Let's create a team, and I'm not going to do anything on the PVA Express. So I've got a new team here, and they're going to ask me to set and add members. So I just got to skip it since I got no other users. So I just assume that I've got many users can come in and join this human resources team. So once you're in a human resources team, right? So what I'm going to do here is at the left-hand side here, we click apps. These are all the apps available on Teams. So the entire Power Platform, right, is all there. Now you can see there's one called Built with Power Platform. Any apps that you built with Power Platform, we don't find anything. Okay, but anyway, you just type in search here for the word Power. And you can see Power BI, Power Automate, Power Apps, Power Virtual Agents. These are the 4 members of Power Platform essentially available in your teams. So for now, I'm going to choose Power Virtual Agents. Okay, and I'm just going to click on Add. So this is how you add the app into your Microsoft Teams. So you can see now the app is popping up. Okay, and you can see create a chatbot, 5 minutes, no code. Right, you see that? And we can immediately, right, okay, also, we click the triple dot, you can see most of the apps like Power Automate, right? Viva, Power Apps, all these are suggestions which they are added here. And I can right-click this Power Virtual Agents and pin it directly here. So essentially, I pin directly to the sidebar. Okay. Now we can click Start Now to start designing a chatbot. Click Start Now, and they're going to ask you to give a chatbot a name. So search for a theme for this chatbot. Now make sure you choose the human resources team, so the chatbot is going to operate within this team called human resources. I continue. Okay. So they were going to create a chatbot directly within this, and later on only they'll ask you for a name of this chatbot. So I'm going to call it HR chatbot after this. So just wait for the things to get ready. So this is yet another design experience of how Power VA can embed a chatbot in there. So it says your team is ready to use Power Virtual Agents. Just hang on for a moment. And you can see now the designer shows chatbots. Just now it was at home, now inside your chatbots. And I'm just waiting for the dialogue. There we go. The dialogue asked me for the name. So I'm going to call it HR chatbot. HR chatbot. The language is, of course, US English, and create. So let's wait for a minute or so whereby the chatbot will be provisioned. Now you should be able to see, right, the familiar designer of your chatbot that you saw as a standalone web app, but now it's just that they fully embed inside Teams. Can you see that it's a familiar interface? Topics, entities, whatever, test your bot is all here. But it's just that the screen size is now slightly smaller and it is embedded inside your Microsoft Teams. You can see Microsoft Teams and Power Virtual Agents here. Okay. So that's actually the center portion here. So you can see that the center portion, let me just highlight this entire portion here, okay, is exactly what you've seen earlier as a standalone website, but now it's just plugged into your Microsoft Teams. Okay, so under the human resources here, I can see my HR chatbot, right? Now let's get back to HR chatbot. And we shall now go and look for the topics first. Now, you can always switch between teams and returning here and there. So like, for example, I can click on teams. I can see my human resources team. I can see the general channel here. I can go and also click back again. Just now, my Power Virtual Agents, I remember I pinned them. How come it's not pinned? So now I can click Power Virtual Agents, returning to here, and click chatbots. And then I can see under human resources, I can see the HR chatbot so that I can click to edit the same chatbot again. Okay. So I can always switch around all the different apps in Microsoft Teams. So let's try to start editing some of the things here. For example, we start with topics. You see, these topics are the same thing. They're all the built-in topics that we ever have. Okay. So there are this way for us to personalize some of the things. So for example, in the topics, let us go into the greeting. I want to edit the greeting topic. Okay. In the greeting topic, right, we want to personalize the greeting, okay, so that here, let's check this out. The message says, hi, I'm a virtual agent. I can help with account questions, orders, store information, and more. Now, in this hi and the exclamation mark in between them, okay, so I want to greet the person, hi space, and then with the variable bot.user display name. So whoever user is actually talking to the bot, that's the display name. So if let's say I'm talking to this bot, he will say, hi, Gerald Hong. Okay, I'm a virtual agent, something like that. So I want them to greet me, personalize it. Okay. So I'm a virtual agent. I can help you with questions. So here I can help you with, and then I need to erase this. I can help you with HR, or I can help you with questions related to HR policies and leave application. Okay, something like this. Just customize the greeting. So you can quickly click the save button again. Like I said, it's always essential for you to save it. Okay, and we try to immediately test it. Test your bot and just type there, hi, and let's see the greeting. You can see there, hi, Gerald Hong, see? So they greet my name. I'm a virtual agent. I can help with questions related to HR policies and leave application, right? So that's actually the greeting. So it is working right now. I'm going to reset that and close it. So the greeting is good. Now let's switch off let's return to the topics again. Now I want to switch off all the lesson topic. Switch off one by one. Lesson 1, lesson 2, lesson 3, lesson 4, all switch off. Okay. We're going to design our own topic. I don't want it to respond to all this. This is something like checking orders and all that. So I turn off all the tutorial related topics. Turn off the status to off. All 4 of them. Okay. Once we have switched off everything, the rest of these, okay, are always on. Let's create a new topic. Okay, let's design a new topic. So the topic is untitled here. All right, don't worry, because the topic of the title, right, you can always go and click the details here. There's a details where you can then change the name. So there's something a little bit different, because the name of the topic, usually we can click and directly type here. But for the PVA that is embedded in Microsoft Teams, you need to click on details here and type the name here. Okay, but we shall do that later on before we save. Okay, so let's focus on the trigger phrases. Click the trigger phrases. Let's create some trigger phrases. Number 1, let's just maybe need information. Need information on time off, or maybe don't use the word, okay, time off. You just say need information on leave. Okay. Next one, I need help. I need help with leave, with applying leave. Okay. Or how many days off, or how many days of paid leave do I have? Something like that. And maybe you want to ask, what are the national public holidays? Okay. And maybe another one is, I need extended leave. Or maybe I just say, I need some time off. Maybe the word time off. So I just add 6 of them here. So let me just gather, do a screen grab here for the trigger phrases, so you can at least have a rough idea of the trigger phrases that I typed. So these are the 6 trigger phrases that I have. Okay. So add the message here. Okay. The message is, I can help with questions related to leave application. Just like this. And before we save, we click details, and let's give the name called employee leave application. That's the name of the bot. Okay. And display name will be just called, again, same thing, employee leave application. Now you click save. Name and display name both the same, employee leave application. If you don't put a display name, right, usually it will be the same, right? The moment you put a name and they see that your display name is not, it's blank, right? Then they will make use of the name as a default display name. So trigger phrases are done. The message, I can help with questions related to leave application. Immediately ask a question. Okay, I'm going to ask a question. So the question is, what information are you looking for? What information are you looking for? Okay, and I want multiple choice options. I'm going to create a multiple choice options. No need to worry about the entity. So the first option, number 1, I just maybe paid leave. Enter. New option again. National or maybe you just call it public holidays. Enter, new option again, and maybe extended leave. So 3 options available right now. So with 3 options, I've got 3 conditions here. Okay. So condition, condition, condition. So you can see the var is there, right? The variable. Now maybe the var, let's edit the var. We call it var time off. The variable is called var time off. That's it, var time off. So under the first condition, var time off is equal to paid leave. I'm going to add show a message. It's going to be very straightforward. So the message, right, I'm going to say, just say for paid leave. This is for paid leave, right? For paid leave, okay? For paid leave, comma, go to www.contoso.com/HR/paid leave. This is the dummy URL, of course, right? So to learn more about, or to learn more on how to submit leave application. Okay, we just put a message there, okay, for paid leave. Let me copy this and paste for you to make it convenient for you to type in. So for the remaining notes, next one is public holidays. I'm going to add also show a message. Now this one, maybe, right, okay, this is for US, let's say. I just copy and paste here. Hang on. Maybe I do a screen grab easier, right? Give me a moment. Now you create a bulleted point for that, okay? Remember that. Create a bulleted point for this. So this is where you type, okay? National holidays are colon. Then I put in a point, a bulleted point. New Year's Day, which is January 1st. Okay. Next one is Memorial Day. These are all US holiday anyway. Okay, which is May 25th. Then we've got the Independence Day, which is July the 4th. And we've got Labor Day, which is their Labor Day is not our Labor Day, May the 1st. Theirs is actually the September 7th. That's a different type of Labor Day. Then Thanksgiving. Okay, Thanksgiving is November 26th to 27th. And finally, Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, December 24th to 25th. Something like that, okay? There are more anyway, but I just key in like this. Then finally, the extended leave, I just say show a message. The extended leave, okay, will be you will need to request for an approval for extended leave. So this one is for the extended leave. I copy and paste. So these are the 3 messages. Let me quickly save first. Okay, so we can immediately test it. Once you're done, right, just test it. So I'm just going to click on, type the word leave. And you can see I can help with questions related to leave application. What information are you looking for? Look at that. So let's say I want public holidays, and it can show me all this, right? But I did not go and end the conversation, okay? So they asked us, okay, hang on first. Do not add an end conversation note here. We will come back to work with the part of the conversation, okay? So because we are not done yet, this is just to test that it works lah, okay? So if I type leave again, so they ask me, now I choose paid leave, and that's correct. If I type leave again, and then maybe now I choose extended leave. So there you go. Okay, so it's working, definitely working. There's no doubt about it. But what you will also experience is I can also use the Power Automate embedded into Microsoft Teams so that I can create a flow using the embedded flow experience, which I want the flow to be invoked from my chatbot, one of this topic. Okay. So in the extended leave, for example, you say that we need to request for an approval, right? So we need an approval flow. Okay. So right after the approval here, right, I'm going to add call and action already. Or maybe ask a question first. Let's ask a question. Okay, let's ask a question first. The question is, please explain your reason for applying extended leave. Then the identifier is to capture user's entire response. And we want to name the variable as var extended leave. Var extended leave. That's it. Var extended leave. So let me quickly save this. So I ask questions right after the message that asks the user to explain the reason. And after this reason, right, I immediately call an action, add another node, call an action, and I want to create a flow. Now watch this. When I click create a flow, they launch Power Automate within the same embedded experience. Can you see now? Microsoft Teams embed with Power Virtual Agent. Power Virtual Agent embed furthermore with Power Automate. Look at that. This is super fancy. So it's just fully embedded experience in your Power Virtual Agent. Okay, so in the call for an action, when I say create a flow, now they ask me to choose a template. So now the template that I wanted, right, it's not the default Power Virtual Agents flow template. I want to select one called send an adaptive card to a Teams channel. See, I want to send a card. Now the recent interface that is quite popular in Power Platform. Now it happens right okay, in Teams because it's a Teams kind of UI element called an adaptive card. Right, and now until Microsoft SharePoint Online also has made a lot of usage of adaptive cards. Right, because one of the news that has been circulating by next year or the year upcoming, SharePoint will automatically be integrated into Teams. Teams will be SharePoint. SharePoint is Teams already. In the future, you don't see SharePoint anymore. Okay, SharePoint will be completely replaced with Teams. That's the final interface for the future of your Microsoft 365. SharePoint will remain a name as a service, but then there is no need for you to launch a web browser just to view the SharePoint site. The site is now embedded as a page or an app inside your Teams, just like how we are using the embedded app of Power VA or embedded Power Apps or embedded Power Automate. So the entire view or the web page of your SharePoint site will be embedded in Teams. One centralized view, right, for everything under the sun in Office 365. Okay, so this is going to be the plan. Okay, and Microsoft is going to slowly announce that, and they're going to roll out the changes within the next 1 or 2 years. So anyway, I want to send an adaptive card for a Teams channel. Let's use this one. So I select this one. So you see from Power Virtual Agents, they're going to connect to Microsoft Teams. Okay, and you just need to click on sign in first. Make sure that you sign in. When you see Microsoft Teams, there is no green tick. If you sign in, you can see a green tick. There you go. A green tick means it's already signed in. Then only you continue. If you see there's a link called sign in, you must sign in first. Then only you can continue. All right. So now you are looking at the embedded Power Automate Flow Designer here. You can see the entire template has been given to you. Okay. So now you see when we started with the trigger from Power Virtual Agents, there are 3 particular things needed here. Let me just no. Okay, so there are 3 inputs: user, title, description. So name of the user, title of the adaptive card, and body of the adaptive card. Okay, so in this case, user is the name of the user. This will come from the bot variable username. The title is the title of the adaptive card. That's the heading, right? So in this case, we shall get from the type of time off selected, which is either will be extended leave or paid leave or the holidays, the national holiday. Description will be the text message or the body of the adaptive card. This will be the reason the user enter. Okay. So let's give the title first. Let's put in the title of the flow here. We call this as extended leave adaptive card. That's the name of the flow. But since this flow was fired from extended leave, so the title will be just extended leave. It will not be any other type of leave. Okay. So the adaptive card is essentially all pre-built already. So you don't need to do much here actually. But when you go down, right, okay, to the actual step of posting an adaptive card to a Teams channel, now they want you to select a team. Okay, so scroll down here, right, and look for your HR, Human Resources team. Okay, so in the Human Resources team here, what I want to post. Then next one, okay, which channel are you posting? I'm going to post to the general channel. There's only one channel called general. So the general channel is here, Human Resources and general. And this would be the design of the card, the adaptive card. You can see the title, the description, and the user. Okay, the content is actually in the form of a JSON format message. You can, of course, edit this to change the display and the content. So now we are just going to change the phrase. One of the phrase here, right, if you try to look for it, there is one thing here called username. That root.username needs help. The needs help, right? Let me zoom in. Change the word needs help. Hang on. Needs help. This part. Replace it with requires approval. Like this. So the username requires approval. Just replace the word needs help with requires approval somewhere here. Okay. So the rest are pretty much okay lah, no problem. We just need to quickly save it. So the flow checker has got an error that it shows indicate a red colored dot there with an error. Let me see what is the error all about. It says user connection references flows and it should connect simply application. Okay. So anyway, it's just that they say that they use the connection references, so it shouldn't be a problem. Just don't worry about that. So let's click back after you save, and we are back to Power VA, the topic. Now in the topic here, right, remember, we scroll over to the right, go down here, remember that after please explain your reason for applying extended leave, you're going to click plus sign here, call in action, and now you're going to select your extended leave adaptive card. And remember, they require 3 inputs, the user, the title, and description. So the user will be our bot user display name variable. The title, we get it from the var time off. Okay, that's the title of your time off. Description, I'm going to put it as our var extended leave. The reason, okay, they ask you to please give a reason why you want extended leave. So all these things are mapped to the input. So after this flow, okay, is actually shown, all right. Now I'm going to show a message right after the flow. Add show a message. The message will just tell you, tell the user, thank you, thank you, comma, again, bot user display name, thank you, the username, full stop. Your request for extended leave has been sent to HR for approval. That's it. Just a message. And we can immediately end the conversation with the survey. That's all about it. So the adaptive card, right, is just to demonstrate, okay, that our Power Virtual Agent bot within your Microsoft Teams can also call a flow, and the flow is just to post a message in a form of an adaptive card on the channel, and the adaptive card is just going to display some messages there. So once you have saved this, save it right now, and we can test our bot. I want you to choose the extended leave, right? So that we can see whether the flow can run. So when I test my bot, I just type the word hi first. Okay. What can I help you with today? So the trigger phrase, okay, will be directly here. I need some time off or whatever. So I just say, I need leave. So in this case, they're going to ask you, what information are you looking for? So I'm going to go over and look for extended leave. So you can see they say you will need to request for an approval. Please explain your reason for applying extended leave. So they're going to ask me for a reason. So I'm just going to say that my wife is going to deliver our baby soon, something like that. Okay, let's say. So then now they're going to execute the flow, and immediately they say, thank you, Gerald Hong, your request for extended leave and all that. Okay, so with a survey. So let me check, okay, my teams, I'm supposed to have, okay, in my teams that under general, can you see extended leave, the title? It says Gerald Hong requires approval. That and the issue, I mean the description, my wife's going to deliver our baby soon. There you go. So this post an adaptive card. This is called an adaptive card. It is not a simple text message, but it embeds some formatted text inside a card. And by default, you just say close here. An adaptive card can also trigger an approval process where the buttons can be either approve or reject. But this shows again that the flow has been invoked, and then an adaptive card has been posted to your HR general channel, right? So it is there. Okay, so this literally works. All right. So that means our topic, okay, our HR chatbot has already been added with one single topic, which is the employee leave. Now, if let's say we are, satisfied with this, the topics here, you can see employee leave application, the only one on. Now, let's go into publish. Let's try to publish this and confirm to make this production in Teams. So I click publish first. And you can see, because they know that this PVA bot is in Teams, so you can see you can open the bot in Teams, or you can make the bot available to others as well. But this making available to others means you have to install the bot as an app in your Teams. So now they can see, they say here, bot preview, that's a bot, okay? And there's an availability options here. So let's click edit the details first. When I click edit details, so you can choose to change the color and the icon of the bot. Okay, but the short description here. So let's say I'm going to change the short description, answer questions about leave application and HR policies. That's a short description. Okay, long description here, I'm going to put there provides answers to common questions from employees on HR related matters, something like that. So we can edit the details first. So I just click save. And then I can click open bot, When I click open bot, they're going to open up the bot. Can you see that the bot is now packaged like an app? So you are required to add this bot as an app into your Teams. So I'm just going to click add. So the bot will be like an app. So you can see, there we go. See here. So just like how you embed Power Virtual Agent here, now the bot is here. Can you see HR chatbot? I click here. So you can see, hi, my name, I'm a virtual agent, blah, blah, blah. So it greets me first. So you can see that you are chatting with the bot. It's just like how you chat with other human beings. So I can immediately say that I want info about leave. So we can see I can help questions with that. So there you go, 3 of them. When I click public holidays, okay, like this. if we did not end we didn't end the conversation anyway for this. But if I type the word leave and they ask me again, now I click extended leave. Okay, you can see that they're going to ask you, please explain the reason. I'm just going to say, what will be the extended leave? I am going to UK for a month, whatever. Okay, send, and it immediately says that, okay, I'm done here, right? So yes, I can also rate the experience 1 to 5. You see, just now it was stars, but when it is published, they're going to ask you, please rate your experiences 1 to 5. I'm just going to put 5 here. Okay, and they say, okay, can I help you with anything else? No, thanks. So now let's go back to the teams. You can see I've got another an adaptive card. The adaptive card says I'm going to UK for a month. That's it. So you can close, okay, or you can close. See, once you close, they just say that the issue is resolved. Okay, the adaptive card is just to show a notification that requires attention, the attention either to approve or reject. But in this case, I just have the design of a close button. Okay. So, but yet my bot here just now, I was chatting with the bot. Press my bot in the chat. You can see the bot here, HR chatbot. It's still here. So when you package a bot in your Microsoft Teams, okay, you are treating the bot as like an app. And this app, right, it is going to respond to your chat because that's a chatbot anyway, right? So what about sharing the HR chatbot to the others? So again, in your Power Virtual Agents, right? Let me go to the chatbots, this HR chatbot, right? Just now under the publish, okay, where I just say try to open up in Microsoft Teams. So let me go to publish again. Remember, I say open the bot in Teams, right? But now I'm going to show you make the bot available to others. So when I click this, okay. Now, before you make it available to others and stuff like that, you need to look at the availability options for this bot. I click availability options here. So this is where you can share a link. You can copy the link, right? So that you can specify some security grouping in your organization who should have access to the bot. So members of the security group will be provided with a link to install and use the bot. So this is where when you share through a link, you can manage the sharing here. Or you can say add to human resources. That means the bot will be added directly as a member to the human resources. Or you can say show it in my Teams app store. So only show to my teammates and shared users or show to everyone in my organization. Or you can even download the bot right, as a complete zip file. So then the users can import, okay, upload as a custom app. So I want to actually show to my teammate and shared users. When I click on this, so you can see now, type in the security usernames and you can expand. You can actually set whether the bot, right, who will be the team member, like owners and members and guests. So you can actually choose whether they'll be visible in your build by your colleagues, okay, or you can see that send an email invitation to new users. But since we got no other users to share, so we just want to say that I'm going to share this to my entire team in HR, right? And send an email invitation. I'm not going to do that. I just make it visible in built by your colleagues. So I'm going to click share right now. So once it's shared already, yeah, let me cancel this. Now let's check out how it's going to look like. Now when people go to click apps here, okay, people click apps. Now, when you go into apps, right, there's supposed to be one particular feature called built by your colleagues. This is built with Power Platform, but let's say manage your apps here. These are my apps. I think because HR chatbot, okay, it's already installed. What if I go and remove this? This is a personal app. So let me remove this app, this HR chatbot right for now. So the app has been removed. So it's no longer here. So when I click, come back to more apps here, right? Now I want to actually make sure that I can see built by your colleagues. But I guess, right, you know why? Because this is me. I don't have built by my colleagues. So if I go to my apps again, let's see right now, it is still says built with Power Platform. Okay, but they don't find anything here. So there should be one level called built by your colleagues. Now, only if you have another user, when you sign into Microsoft Teams with another user, then you can see built by your colleagues. So when they click there, you can see HR chatbot built by the username, which is supposed to be me. All right. Or one more way, right, okay, is this. Let me go back to Power Virtual Agents. I'm going to show you many ways of sharing that in my chatbot again. I go to the publish. So now you can make the bot available to others again, but this time I'm going to select show to everyone in my organization. Under availability options, say show to everyone in my organization. Okay. And then just say submit for admin approval. So the administrator needs to approve it, okay, that this app, right, or this bot, right, will be available throughout all the organization. So when I click submit for admin approval, then they would ask me, give everyone access to this bot. I just say yes. So then this bot will now be flagged for everyone. Okay. They will say your bot is submitted, okay, and waiting for approval. Then as an admin, you will need to approve it. So you can see sending the bot to your admin. So you need to go to the Microsoft Teams admin center. The Teams administrator must approve this app. So processing your request. Sometimes you can deploy your bot, right, okay, as available to everyone in your organization. But the submission must be approved by your admin. So you can see your bot is submitted and waiting for approval. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a new tab, go to admin.teams.microsoft.com. This is the admin center for Teams. So going to my Microsoft Teams admin center. This is the Teams admin center. Let me sign in with another account. This is the account. All right, this is the Teams admin center. And what I need to do now, right, is to go into Teams apps here. You can see manage apps. When I click manage apps, right, pending approval, you should see there one submitted custom app. See that, okay? So this is where you need to go and review, okay? So need to, let's see first, when you have seen number one there, right? Now I need to search for the name because it's actually embedded everywhere here. So I'm gonna search for the name called HR. So you can see there, HR chatbot. You see, publishing status submitted. Currently status is blocked. So I'm gonna click this HR chatbot. Okay, you can see pending action. All right, and all I need to do is just to publish it. Okay, publish or reject. I just click publish. Means I am now approving this. I publish it from the administrative perspective to the entire organization. So we can see that the HR chatbot has been published. It may take a few hours before the status will be updated. So back to here, right? Here, I click refresh, and let's see whether the chatbot has been. Okay, it doesn't take a few hours. It says published by your organization, so it is approved already. Okay, because they are trying to manage your expectations. Sometimes it can take slightly longer than that. So now, since the app is under the entire organization, so let me now search for it in the apps right now. Okay, I want to look for manage your apps here. And where is that link to all apps under organization? Hang on, let me click apps again. There is actually a link, okay, that says apps under your organization. So let me just click on manage apps again. Get more apps. No, it doesn't look like this. It is supposed to be here. There's only built with Power Platform. I think I need to refresh this thing. Hang on. Let me go back to my Teams first. It's no longer here, right? Let me click on more apps here. Sometimes I think I need to just see more, nothing here. See more. Workflows, I've got nothing here. It's supposed to be all other apps. Never mind. Let me just try to refresh once more. There is a category. There is the apps right here. There's supposed to be one called apps built for your organization. And the apps again. But today it's a bit weird. It says here only built with Power Platform. It's supposed to be here built for your organization or built by your colleagues. So it's different right now. It's no longer the same. So if I search for it, let's say HR. So you can see HR chat, HR service bot, HR chatbot. Where's my HR chatbot? Is it here already? Yeah, it's supposed to have the built for your organization or built with Power Platform. So yeah, mine doesn't show yet. It's supposed to be under the here. It's supposed to be here. You see, currently I only see built with Power Platform. Now that built with Power Platform, currently I can see HR chatbot, but there's supposed to be a category called built for your organization. Okay. So maybe, right, I need to sign out and sign in. Sometimes you need to do that in order for it to reflect. So as long as I can see HR chatbot, I can click. This app cannot be found. This is weird. Get more apps again. If I do a search here, HR chatbot. Yep, I can see here. And I click on this. It is supposed to be here already, but like I said, that the interface for these apps, right, it's slightly a bit weird. I'm supposed to have another link here, like what Aonku you have shared there, right? Yours you have built for your org, so that's the one that you're supposed to have. Anyway, if you can find that, then that should be great. Okay, so Power Virtual Agents, Power Automate, all embedded for Teams. Now, even Dataversa, the backend storage for Power Platform, there is one version called DFT, Dataverse for Teams. So Dataverse for Teams provides Microsoft Teams users with the ability to easily build connected custom apps, chatbots, and flows, right? All essentially connected to the same familiar data storage. Now, Dataverse is a built-in data platform for Teams where users can build their own relational data models in a no-code experience directly embedded in Teams. So what Dataverse for Teams has, it contains the core data capabilities from the same platform behind the Power Platform and Dynamics 365. So DFT, Dataverse for Teams, you can create a relational database with up to only maximum 1 million rows. That's only the restriction for Dataverse for Teams. It's a slightly smaller subset version of the full Dataverse. Right? Now, this is the ideal data source for any Power Platform solutions you build that should be embedded in Teams. So this is the last exercise here where we are going to learn how to create a Dataverse for Teams table, which is to store the extended leave requests. Just now, we never provide any storage of database. We just show an adaptive card, right? And that's it. So we shall design a Power Apps app. Okay, we're going to create a Power App that will be used to create where employees can fill up the form and submit their request. The chatbot will also be connected to this data table to give employees the option to submit their leave requests also through conversation. So either they build a Power App to submit their leave, or they can chat to the bot, get the bot to help submit the leave. So let us actually add Power Apps, like just now how we did add virtual agents. So we do a Power and we see Power Apps. So we click Power Apps and add. So I'm going to do an embedded Power Apps here. So same thing. Now, Power Apps is also, I'm going to pin it, and then I can click Start Now. where I'm going to create a simple app. And the app is also targeting my human resources team, create. And you can see the designer of my Power Apps is also embedded into Microsoft Teams. So I'm supposed to give the name to the app. I'm going to call this as Leave Application. Okay, so it's going to be Leave Application. I just save it. I'm simply going to design a simple app. And you can see part of Power Apps, right? You can start with the layout design or you can start with data. Okay, speaking of data, when I click the cylinder here, there are no table yet. So I need to create a table to set up your database. So I create a new table. This is the database for Teams. So I'm going to create a table by the name Leave Requests. Let's say the table name is called Leave Request, singular. Leave Request. Create. This is a single table on Dataverse for Teams. And we can start, looking at the table. The table start with the name column. All right. And I want to edit the name column here, drop down. Okay, let's say drop down here, edit the column called name. So we're going to change the name to Leave Title. I just call it Leave Title. Just rename the column. Click Save. So it's now called Leave Title rather than name. And I'm going to add more columns here. There are 4 more columns like this. But I'm going to click on the plus sign to add another new column. I'm going to call it comment. What's a comment for the leave? Okay, so it's text and click Save. So just simply designing a simple table. Just want a leave table, leave title and comment. I think that's about it. Just do. We got no time to complete a full-fledged table. Just a similar conceptual understanding of the Dataverse for Teams table here to store the information. I click close. In reality, you can have stored the start date of leave, end date of leave, the email address of the applicant, and all that. So you can see that your Dataverse table leave request is already connected to your Teams. So now I can click with data, this button. Since I already exposed my Teams, the Dataverse for Teams table here, I click with data, and then I can select leave request here. So then this app is connected directly to leave request. And based on leave request, can you see the default design of the screen? Let me increase the size. There's a new record button, then there's leave title and comment. So every row is shown here. So let me just quickly save. Take the save button of this app. And back to my tree view here, you can see I've got a screen 1. And I should have an edit form here. In the right container one, I got edit form 1. So I select edit form 1. This is the whole form. Okay. And I want to not just add leave title and comment here. I want to edit the fields of this form. Currently only leave title and comment, you can see that, but I'm going to add more fields. I want to add the created by and created on. So created by field and created on field. I click add. So there are 2 more fields being added here. Look at that. So these 2 forms here, there are 2 more fields added. So leave title, comment, created by, created on. But then the columns, there are 3. So I'm going to change the columns to 1 column. So then it will be a vertical layout. Leave title, comment, created by, created on. So change the columns from 3 to 1. Just 1 column. So let me just save it. And then I'm going to preview this. Click the play button to preview. So you can see the app is now running within your Teams. So since there are no records, right, let me create a new record just to fill up the information here. You can see the form. Okay. So here I want to fill up, okay, let's say request for extended leave. Comment is I am going for a road trip in Sydney, let's say. Okay. So created by and created on cannot be edited because they are all automatically populated. Right. And I just click on submit. So the data is submitted, and you can see that the record is added at the side. So the more records you keep on adding, the more rows you see displayed on the left-hand container. So let's close. Okay. So you can see that I've got one record in there. Right, so that's actually my app. So maybe maybe I just want to customize a bit of the screen. It's a bright screen. So in my screen one here, I maybe want to change a background color. Okay, or in this case the fill. Okay, I'm going to change the fill color here, right? You see RGBA, all that, right? I'm going to click the fill color, not the background image, but the fill color. I'm going to choose custom color, and I'm going to add the hex code. Maybe I put in E1DFDD. That's actually the color that I wanted. So you can see the color would be like this, not entirely white. And then the top bar right container one. The top bar, this is the top bar here, right container one. That's actually the title bar. That's where I can put my trash can, the delete button, and the edit button here. So choose the right container one. And then in the color property also, I want to change the color to maybe this color, something like this. Just design it a bit. I don't know what else to do. Okay. And then the top bar left. In the top bar left container one, do I have a left container one? So this top bar right container one. In my top bar left container, under the left container, top bar left container one. This one also. I'm going to choose the same color, which is also color and this color. So we will have a consistent row like this. And then the app label one. Now the app label one, right, is actually on this the app name label one. I'm going to increase the font size to 20. Like this, bigger. And the left control container one, this is the control for the button new record. I'm going to change the color property to this purple color, something like this. Right? And then, of course, the icon label. See here, this is actually my icon button. Add label one. The label one here. I'm going to change the text. Okay, not new record. I'm going to change it to new leaf request. New leaf request. Okay, and change the size to 14 points. And I'm going to choose the color to white. Where's the color? Color to white. There you go. And then the icon plus sign icon also, I'm going to change it to white as well. So I've got a plus new leaf request. And then the browse gallery one, this is the entire browse gallery one. I'm going to change the layout to title and subtitle because currently they've got a picture as well. So the layout will be title and subtitle alone. We don't need the image. So then inside here, when you edit, right, you can see this is title, this subtitle, this is title. So for the subtitle, which is selected here, subtitle. So I'm going to set the title, right, the subtitle to not display this, but I'm going to change the formula, right, to put it this item dot owning user or owning user. There you go. Dot the full name of the owning user. So they show the full name, which is in this case, okay, I'm the applicant, so they show my name there instead of showing the description. Okay. All right, so I think that's about it. For now, I just simply made some simple cosmetic changes here. I just need to save it. And I want to publish this app to Teams. There's a button here, publish to Teams. I just click next. Once I publish the whole app to Teams, that means the app is also operable and embedded in Microsoft Teams. So once you choose here right now, the app will be embedded into a certain channel. So currently, I can click the plus sign here, right? And I can see there's a channel called Leave Application. So I'm going to select this Leave Application. Okay, that's it. I add this as a new tab. Currently, HR, right, only has got one tab. Now I add Leave Application. I click Save and Close. So I'm publishing this as Leave Application. So once you're done right now, let's go back to our Teams here. Okay, and inside your general, can you see inside general, they have added a new tab called Leave Application. See that? So when you click Leave Application, so they are running the app embedded here. Look at that. This is how your Power Apps can embed it here. So you can see that it is here. So I can add new leave requests, add more, records. So I can add one more leave request. So you can see leave title. Let's say request for extended leave again. The comment will be, I am going for a scholarship interview in November, whatever. So just click on save, and you can see they have added again another new record, first record, second record here. Okay, so people can actually fill up the information, right, okay, from this app. So the two records are already added into my Dataverse for Teams. Now, how do I see this? Now, inside my Power Apps, when I go back to my Power Apps, right, okay, now you can see now recent apps built with this Leave application. Now, I want to say see more. When I see more under my Human Resources team here, okay, wait, dismiss here. Now, you see, you've got the leave request, that's a table. Can you see external leave adaptive card, that's a flow. HR chatbot, there's a chatbot. So you can see everything embedded in your teams. So I can see the Canvas app and the table. I want to view the table called leave request. I click leave request table, and now you're looking at the two records already added. Can you see this? The two records already added. So let me just add here. You can see the two records being added into your table. And I can now connect my chatbot to the same table. So the chatbot can view records and can even do submission. Right? So returning to Power Virtual Agents, I'm going to show you how to connect to the same table. Under chatbots, I revisit my HR chatbot. All I need, right, is to create another flow to do that. So I will need to go back to my topics, which is the employee leave application topic. So remember, just now we designed the topic, right? This topic whereby we also have one flow called extended leave adaptive card. So maybe after showing the adaptive card, right, here I will add another call to action. I will fire another new flow so I can create another flow. Right after the flow to display the adaptive card, now I create another flow right after that. And I'm going to choose the default Power Virtual Agents flow template, not any other template, the default flow template, the number one. Okay. All right. So here I'm going to add an input. The only input is a text input called comment. Okay. I'm going to read the comment. All right. That's it. Because this comment is what I'm going to insert the record into the Dataverse table. So this comment comes from Power Virtual Agents. One input will do, and immediately before output, I'm just going to insert an action. The action is now searching for Microsoft Dataverse. There you go. I can see Microsoft Dataverse, and I intend to add a new row. An action is to add a new record into Dataverse. So they're signing into Dataverse. So then they ask you to choose a table. So in the table, I need to look for leave requests. There, I can see leave requests already. That's a table name. And can you see that they're asking me for the leave title? Okay. Now the leave title, right? I want it to be permanently called new extended leave request. The title forever is the same. Okay. But when I show advanced options, I got another type of columns. You see the comment. Now the comment come from our input comment here. See, I click the comment because the comment is actually from this input. So this comment will then be submitted to the comment column. The rest of the fields in my Dataverse table, I don't need to worry. So only the comment, okay, will be added as a comment. But the leave title, I hard coded a permanent title. Okay, so the title of the flow, let's just create a new leave request. This is the flow that will be fired from my Power Virtual Agent. So I just click save right now. Save the flow. So remember that my extended leave path in my chatbot, the topic, right? They will call a flow to show an adaptive card in Teams. Right after that, they're going to invoke this flow to insert the comment into as a new row. So once it's done, I can click back to my topic. Again, I start, okay, back to here. Remember, after the external leave adaptive card, I go and click the plus sign, call an action, and I can see create a new leave request. So this is the second flow, create a new leave request. The comment, they're asking for a comment. So the comment input, right, will be based on my var extended leave. Var extended leave is actually the leave description. That's a comment. So I use that, okay, as the comment. All right, that's it. So this is how my chatbot is able to also insert a new row and update a leave. So that means, right, if I were to apply leave, they are not just going to show the adaptive card, but also in the background help apply leave for me by inserting a new row into the storage. So that's where I save it. Okay. So let me publish the bot immediately. I want to do a production test. I don't want to test from here. I'll publish the bot. And I'm going to open up the bot, okay, in Teams. I think just now I've removed the bot. So I need to re-add the bot right now. Okay, so let me open the bot. Oh, see, the bot says cannot be found. So they say it will be available in a few minutes. So let me try to now go into the apps built with Power Platform. I can see this chatbot. I click this chatbot and I'm going to add it. They say cannot be found. Maybe it's just so fast, okay, that I'm doing this right after publishing. It's not yet ready. So yet again, I click HR chatbot. Maybe type here HR chatbot. Click again. Now I can add. All right, so you can see there, the chatbot, it came back. This was from the previous conversation. Now let me show you now. I'll try to see whether I can go and apply a leave directly from here. So I just say leave. Okay, I'm going to click extended leave. You're going to show me the adaptive card. Explain the reason. I just say that I am attending my son's graduation. Okay, enter. So they're going to invoke two flows in the background. Okay, they say thank you, everything, right? Let's go to my Teams. I've got a new adaptive card. New adaptive card here, can you see? I'm attending my son's graduation. I just close it. So the card works. At the same time, can I see whether I've got a third record or not in my leave application? And voila, look at that. The third the third record is added. See that? New extended leave request there. I'm attending my son's graduation. That means, right, okay, the table already updated with a new row. Okay. So just by using the bot is able to submit a leave request for me. Okay. And using the app, I can browse the leave request. Look at that. Okay. This is the recently added one. That's the title, new extended leave request, and a comment. Right. So if I use the chatbot, okay, and talk to it again and try to do something else here. So 3 rows only, right? So let me go to the chat and again, type extended leave. Extended leave. Okay. Immediately there. Please explain your reason. I just say, I just put some rubbish here. Just as a comment, yeah? Just to differentiate. I'll run this. So again, in my Teams, I can see the 4th row. There you go, added with the rubbish comment here, see? Okay. And in my general channel, the post, I've got the adaptive card here. Look at that. It's very fast. It's super, you know, because everything operated within an embedded environment, right? Both the Power Apps and your bot, okay? And all both are connected to the same Dataverse table, right? And it's almost instantaneous. Right? Okay. So that's ultimately what we can do with Power Virtual Agents. Now, since based on from the morning, okay, on how we, I apologize with the hiccups, you know, based on the, you know, the creation of the subscription, you know, trial subscription. Well, that one, I think we are at the mercy of the cloud. So I didn't even know, okay, that there is a problem with the Asian data center. So, but luckily, I'm still able to move ahead, okay, with the Power Virtual Agents trial, and at the same time looking at the design of the topics. So designing a chatbot is all about creating topics, and also some of the names, okay, that you want to use frequently can be designed as an entity. Okay, and you can see that there is no coding at all, right? Unless you are doing Azure Bot Framework Composer. Now, the Bot Framework Composer, you may require at least a little bit of formula writing, like low code. Okay, so the low code generation, okay, it's only for the Bot Framework Composer. But using Power VA, right, there is totally no code at all. It's all about typing the messages, wiring up the replies or questions and answers into the variables. So it can be as simple as what we have seen today, or it can be also a bit more complex. So more complicated tasks or actions, right, can be done by integrating with Power Automate flows. So that was what you have actually seen, right? And also based on the storage, the backend Microsoft Dataverse storage, you can get both Power Apps and Power Automate flows, or even your chatbot, to be connected to the same data source. And you can actually read data and write data virtually to the same source. Okay, so having a bot as well as a Power App, which will be offered as 2 separate methods for your employees or for your users to work with. Okay. All right. So now that is actually James has actually posted, okay, our course here for this building custom AI chatbot. You know, this is something like what I have actually conducted for today. All right, but I do recommend you guys, okay, to also try to, you know, attend courses on the rest of the members of Power Platform. Most importantly, Power Apps and Power Automate. And also Power Automate now, the more diversified, it's more critical ones would be the popularity of RPAs, okay, robotic process automation. So Power Automate desktop flows are the one that handles the RPAs, okay. Any difference between the WhatsApp chatbot and PVA bot? Difference, well, platform lah. Well, chatbot is still a chatbot. It's just depending on what platform you make use. You are talking to the bot anyway, right? Bots around the world will behave similarly, right? It's just the platform. PVA bot is Microsoft. WhatsApp, I think they're made with Java or whatever that Meta is using. WhatsApp is owned by Meta, just like Facebook, right? So all chatbots are virtually the same. It's just that depending on what is the technology you're using, right? And WhatsApp bot, I believe, okay, they are not really low code, no code. They are actually done programmatically, right? A lot of bots which are very functional, they are done by professional developers. They are not done by the business user. Okay, so low code, no code platform out there are not many. There are just a few of them. So Microsoft is trying to become the leader in the low code, no code platforms, especially in the world of chatbot development. Okay, so there are many bots definitely. So if you ask me difference between WhatsApp chatbot, or I can tell you hundreds of chatbots out there, all the same. The only difference is the technology behind them, right? How they publish it, how they are being developed. Okay, so it's just the development experience, and it's just also the matter of how easy to deploy or publish the bots. Okay, and how many channels are available to publish your bot. All right, so it's been a pleasure. So have a great weekend ahead. All right, thank you so much, and see you guys soon. Okay, and yep, stay safe. Goodbye.